The search for Michael Vaughan continues. Michael went missing from his neighborhood in Fruitland in July of 2021. He was just 5 years old at the time. Law enforcement has spent the last year and a half investigating. But the Fruitland police chief says a credible tip led investigators to a home near Michael's neighborhood this weekend.
Crews are back out in Fruitland today searching for Michael Vaughan. Police believe his remains are in the backyard of a Fruitland home, and today is the 6th day crews are excavating the yard. Crews could be at the house on Red Wing Street for another week. This house is just 4 minutes from the Vaughn's home.
As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Stacey Wondra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wondras' home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wondras' residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed.
Evidence suggests that the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Stacey Wondra, 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Stacey Wondra is currently being held at the Payette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. And Stacey Wondra, 30 years old, a male. Stacey was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Stacey has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Brandon Shurtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Adrien Lucienne, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrien was staying with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe that Adrien has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? Hello, Connie. I see you. Misfits True Crime, thank you for being here. I saw Chaos Queen earlier. Let me see. Avi, thank you for being here, sweetie. All right. So it's December 18th, 2024, shortly after 5 p.m. Thank you, mods, for always showing up, always here to support these kids. I really appreciate you all. How is all of your Christmas shopping going? How is all of your wrapping presents going? I finally got all my Christmas shopping done, and I haven't wrapped a damn thing yet. So I am really excited to do this live. It'll probably be the last live until after Christmas. But we are out here. We are Monkey's Army. And yeah, we're going to be throwing up lots of lives while Brandi is sick. So, Christmas shopping done, but not wrapped. Yep, same boat for me. Same boat for me. You guys might be a little bit curious about the name of my live tonight, investigating who the 4 suspects are connected to. Let me just show you a little video real quick of who we're going to be talking about. There are 16 of these sickos, and every single one of them is connected to one or all of the suspects in this case. 16 registered sex offenders. That's right, 16. Why are 16 RSOs connected to suspects in Michael Vaughan's case? Hello, Hot Mess. Good to see you, hun. Thank you for coming. Yep, 16. I am just blown away with the information that I've been able to find doing research, hopping through rabbit holes that go very, very, very deep, to where you eventually just have to stop because there's just too much to keep going and going and going. If you guys hear any noise in the background, I do have my granddaughter here, but she's in the room reading her book because she doesn't need to be hearing about all this. And Papa might be in the background talking a little bit with her now and then. Imagine that. One of the nights that I have her, this is what I have to talk about, right? She loves taking notes in the Kyron Horman case, but tonight's live is not something she should be listening to. So she got one of her Christmas gifts early, which is a new book she's been waiting for. So she is far away, not listening to the live. Merry Christmas, everybody. I hope everybody's enjoying the holidays. I hope that you got some great plans with family. I'm going out to the casino over the weekend with my son because his birthday is also this weekend. And then we've got plans to do a dinner on Christmas Eve with my son and his daughter and boyfriend. And then we are going to do Christmas over at my youngest daughter's house and going to be doing dinner over there. And then I'm not going to see my oldest daughter until like the end of the month. And I'll do my gift exchange with her. It was too hard to get the whole family together, which is really sad because that's what I really like to do. But yeah, that's how my season's going. I've really enjoyed Christmas shopping this year, but I did not decorate. I know that sounds crazy, but I just did not decorate. I don't have too many people coming and going here at the house. So I just didn't feel the need. And that just means I don't have to pack anything up and then put it back away after having it out, which is good for me. Connie's son is cooking her dinner for Christmas. That must be nice. That's awesome. And yes, she is better off reading a book tonight. All right, so I'm just going to hop right into this. We are going to be going over 16 RSOs that are all connected in this case, and then we're going to talk about a few other things, but I just want to hop right into the RSOs. And we are all familiar with the Starkeys. These are Stacey and Sarah Wondra's neighbor. Well, we're going to neighbors because Carson Starkey and Dorothy Starkey are both RSOs. Okay. And the 4 suspects named in Michael Vaughan's case are Sarah Wondra, Stacey Wondra, Adrien Lucienne, and Brandon Shurtliff. Okay. Hello, yas. Nice to see you. Ho, ho, ho. Love it. Love to see you here, hun. And I know a lot of people have talked about the Starkeys before, but it's not just the Starkeys. It is also who they're connected to. So everybody just try to keep up with me a little bit. This is Carson Starkey. He was the next, blah, blah, blah. He was the Wandra's next door neighbor. They're on Red Wing. And Sarah told police when they came with the warrant in November of 2022 that Michael was buried in the neighbor's yard. Carson didn't have a problem letting law enforcement look in his yard for Michael. No problem at all. A warrant wasn't even needed. He totally gave them permission. And they didn't find anything. We already know that, right? Michael wasn't there, wasn't in the yard. Now, Carson and his wife Dorothy both have the same charges. They're Class A felonies, and they are abuse in the 3rd degree, involving that they took, had, and or used images of a minor, child, or children. Attempt to use child display as explicit conduct if the person employs, authorizes, permits, compels, or induces a child to participate or engage in explicit conduct for any person to observe or to record in a visual recording. So that is what's going on here. They both took, had, or used images of minor child or children to observe or record, or observe to record. So they're basically sharing pictures and recording of a child or children, and their original offense happened in Yamhill, Oregon, and then when they moved to Idaho, they had to register. So that is Carson and Dorothy. This is Carson's brother. His name is Robert Starkey. He is also from Yamhill and has had to register in Idaho. He has abuse in the 1st degree. So the 1st degree would entail of less than a 14-year-old child subjected to forcible compulsion by abuser. Victim is incapable of consent by reason of mentally incapacitated, physically helpless, in some way, shape, or form. So he's taking advantage of somebody that pretty much can't say no, doesn't understand how to say no. And this is for a person when it's under in the first degree under the age of 14 years old. Also, it talks about arousal with an animal, but I'm not going to get into that. That pretty much sums it up right there. That can also be connected to in the first degree. And this is a class B felon. And they don't live far from each other. When Robert moved in, that's Carson's brother, he moved to New Plymouth around the same time that the Starkeys moved. Robert moved. Their dates, the Starkeys got in trouble in 2003. Robert, Carson's brother, got in trouble in 1999. So it kind of makes you wonder if the Starkeys just didn't get caught yet until later on. But they go to Idaho together, and then they don't move very far from each other. They're 12 minutes away. So 7.5 miles away. Starkeys are in Fruitland. Robert is in New Plymouth. Now, Carson, I was on the phone with Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies when she called Carson Starkey. And, of course, recorded the conversation. And we were doing a live. Carson was actually supposed to come on to the live, but he never showed up. I actually heard him say he was coming on the live. He was super excited to come on the live. And then we had this talk with Carson for a little while. And there were a couple of things that were strange and odd to me, like his behavior during the phone call in a couple of spots just became really odd. The way that he changed his mannerism. And one of them was when Brooks mentioned that Brandon was back in Idaho. Carson, you could tell, got super nervous, okay? His whole mannerism changed. He got super, super quiet. I don't know if it was because he didn't know that Brandon was back in Idaho, or that he was shocked to know that Brooks knew that Brandon was back in Idaho. Okay. And then Brooks mentioned Ellie looking for Michael in the Wandra's yard, and he started immediately talking about a big wheel that was in the Wandra's yard. Now, he said big wheels, and the way that he said it, okay, so there's Hot Wheels, and we call all Hot Wheels, right, with an S. And he said big wheels. And I don't think he meant to say big wheels in plural. I think during the conversation, it just sounded like he meant to say one big wheel in the backyard. And what I found really strange and unusual about that was the fact that at one point in time, I had heard something about a tricycle. We had, there were rumors floating around about a scooter down by the Snake River. And that's just rumor. But I did hear about a tricycle, and then I was all of a sudden hearing about a big wheel. And I'm just sitting there like shocked that he's bringing up this big wheel. He totally cooperated with the police. So we can give him that. But him, his wife, and his brother are all RSOs. And his brother's is just really, really strange, okay? Let me go over here. I mean, I know you guys are all like, gross, awful. Let me read everything it's all gross. It's all awful. A lot of these have to do with 16 and under, 14 and under. It mentions a child, or it says person under the age of 16. And from what I'm understanding, when it mentions a child, it's usually like pretty friggin' young. Otherwise, it's just going to say something about lewd act or lewd whatever with a child under 16. I don't know. This is not an easy life for me. Matter of fact, well, I'm thinking about it because I already forgot. I better put up my explicit warning and just let everybody know this could trigger you, and I'm sorry. I know putting this together, it triggers me. I have had some awful things happen to me in my life. So, trigger warning. Yaya's waiting for snow, and Hot Mess says she's not doing Christmas this year. We're just doing presents. We're not doing too much of anything else. But I am so glad to see everybody here. Now, the next person I want to talk about, everybody knows who this is. He's been mentioned and he's been spoke about several times. But he got out of jail and is already back in. We all know the famous picture with Cesar Garudo. This picture was taken in April of 2021. We all know that Brandon, Sarah, and Stacey all hung out with Cesar. He is also an RSO. He went, let's see, on September 8th of 2022, Cesar was charged with lewd acts on a 16-year-old. 8 months later, on May 18th, 2023, Cesar changes his not guilty plea to guilty and then dropped his original request for a trial. He receives credit for 234 days served and spends 11 more months and is released and put on probation on April 4th, 2024. How many of you guys remember when he got arrested and put away? Yep, there he is in the back seat behind Stacey. And here he is again. So he was arrested, or like I said, he was only out for 8 months. And then he was arrested and back in jail and had broken his probation violation, and that is dated for December. That was his original arrest, which you guys just saw. Like I said, in September 8th, 2022, he's charged, and then he's let out April 4th of 2024. He's only out 8 months, and here he is. Arrest date was this month on the 10th. We've requested what the violation was for, because I'm actually curious to know what it is. And sometimes it can take a couple weeks to get that. So I'll update you guys on this. So yeah, Garudo has already gotten out, and he has already went back for probation violation. And of course, there are several things about Cesar. You know, he went fishing with all of them. And this is from his Instagram. Cesar Garudo, AKA, yeah, he's sucking, you know what, destroyer. I like my boys young and restless, age 10 and below. That is on his actual Instagram. His actual Instagram. I could not believe this is on his Instagram, talking about how he likes young boys, young and restless, under the age of 10. Okay? Disgusting. This man's been spoken about before. He is very disturbed. And then he's got a failure to appear back in 2021. We know he has some burglary charges from 2020. He is in possession of controlled substances back in 2021. This is in May of 2021, so this is just a few months before Michael disappears. And we all know that Stacey, Sarah, Adrien, and Brandon were all doing drugs, so it doesn't surprise me in any way, shape, or form that Caesar is also getting in trouble for drugs with the court system. Matter of fact, he has ties to Stacey's drug dealer, who is currently in jail. And this picture is taken from February of 2022. Is it his car? I have no idea. But if it is his car, where the hell did he get the money for that? You just saw all the pictures of him. Does he look like somebody that can afford a car like that? Slim Hauser, good to see you. You caught me right as I was in a break, so I was able to say hi right away. Thank you for coming. So, yeah, I mean, he's all cleaned up, shaven, looking nice here. But, yep, Caesar got out, and he is already back in jail. All right. Moving on to some people you may not know about. So, let me get to I don't know where Randy Strickland is. We talked about this, and you mention him every time you come on, and I've actually been looking for him because you keep mentioning him and because I found out who he actually was, and I do not know where he is, and I can't find him. I can't find him on social media either. So, Moonlight Soul Path, hello. Thank you for coming in. Nice to see you. So, let me get rid of these videos. Let me remove these from the studio so I can add more stuff up. Okay. So, you're going to have to forgive me if I don't pronounce names correctly. These next two individuals, Stacey Wondra moved in with for a short period of time after Kelly, or Hot Mess, kicked him out of her house, which if you want to go back and watch the recordings the Hot Mess took, or if you want to go back and hear what she had to say, our last couple of lives were about that. But Stacey moved out of her house and moved in with two ROSs or RSOs. First of all, they're felons, and he shouldn't have been staying there. I'm wondering if he knew that they were RSOs, and two RSOs should not be living in the same house. So he moves in with two. This one is Jason Makrachar. I don't know if I said his name right. He's got 5 name aliases, though. Lewd conduct with a minor under 16, and he is compliant. So he is staying registered. But this is one of the RSOs that Stacey Wondra moved in with. And this is another. His name is Jason Massingill. He assault with a minor more than 3 years younger. Now, I tried to look into this when it said more than 3 years younger. So is it more than 3 years younger than him at the time? Because this was happened in 2002. So I'm not quite sure, but I do know he's an RSO, and 2 RSOs should not be living together. And Stacey Wondra should not be living with felons. I just find it really strange that these suspects, Adrien Lucienne, Brandon Shurtliff, Stacey Wondra, and Sarah Wondra, all have connections with different RSOs. Am I the only one that thinks this is crazy? Here's another one. Her name is Shannon Hyde. Lewd conduct with a minor child. See, there's that minor child. The other one was minor under 16. So when it says minor child, I think, because it says minor child under 16, but when it mentions the word child, I think that it makes, I think it's younger, because they can't really be specific with age of a child on the RSO's registrations and stuff, because they're trying to hide the identity of the child. What I find interesting here about Shannon is she had a car registered at the Wandra's house on Red Wing. Okay, so they knew her, and here is another RSO. And what really floors me is to find out that Shannon completely dumped her Facebook after all of the suspects were named in Michael's abduction. Yes, abduction. She had her car registered at the Wandra's house. I just find it very strange and unusual that all of them have ties to registered sex offenders, okay? I've often wondered how Carson and Dorothy could live together. You know, Dorothy would go over and stay at the Wandra's house whenever her and Carson fought too. That was another thing. And I've also wondered the same thing, because they are as RSOs and you're not supposed to live. And I think it just has to do with the fact that they're married. Yeah, Shannon is pretty sus to me, just because she completely deletes her Facebook and stays off social media as soon as the Wandras are named suspects. Well, as soon as all of them are named suspects. Okay. So now I've got 3 more individuals. Trevor Miller, Thomas Saxton, Ricky Sorensen are all connected to the Wandras, the Starkeys, and the neighbor of the Vaughns. There's a neighbor in the Vaughns' neighborhood that these 3 individuals are connected to, including the Starkeys and the Wandras. This is Trevor. Lewd conduct with a child under 16 years old. This is Thomas. S, abuse of a child under 16. And this guy creeps me out. I don't know what it is about his picture that just creeps me out, but it just does. And there's a few of them that like really just, ugh. Anyway, this is Ricky Sexenson or Sorensen, excuse me, and lewd conduct with a child under 16. Like I said, all 3 of these are connected to the Wandras, the Starkeys, and the neighbors of the Vaughns. So now we've got registered sex offenders that are all connected, even going into the Vaughns' neighborhood. And now I'm going to introduce you to 6. Let me get over here to the comments. Let me see if anybody has anything. Yeah, he does look like an Uncle Pervy. I'm not joking. Some of these guys look really... I just want to keep up with chat over here for a second. Thank you guys all for coming in. Slim, I do not have a clue if the neighbor did any work on their driveway. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce you to 6 more RSOs. This is Matthew, as motivated for coercing someone into doing something with them, basically, on a minor. This is John Williams, S battery of a minor. This is Donald Jamison, lewd conduct with a minor. This is a Cobb, Scott Waits, lewd conduct with a child. Again, there's that child, so I believe it was probably younger. Sam Robinson, lewd conduct with a child. This guy gives me the creeps too, his picture. Gary Alfred Butts. Enticing a child over the internet. All RSOs. All RSOs. These 6 individuals use fronts using churches and ministries, specifically children's ministries, and have connections with foreign affairs. And some have lived with one another or are currently living with each other. And all 6 are also specifically tied to Adrien Lucienne and Brandi Shurtliff. I can't talk about the connection. That information was for Ellie's ears only. But trust me when I say the rabbit hole was deep and verified. And now, all of these RSOs are all connected too. That's another thing. So yes, all 6 of them tied and connected to Brandi and Adrien. And we all know that Stacey has thrown Adrien under the bus, saying that he's connected to human trafficking. What are these suspects in Michael's case, Sarah and Stacey Wondra, Brandi Shurtliff, and Adrien Lucienne, hanging around a bunch of RSOs that all seem to know each other or are all connected in one way or another to one of the suspects? Here is a picture of Monkey. Michael Vaughan. If you have any information about his disappearance, if you have any information about the suspects in his case, Stacey and Sarah Wondra, Adrien Lucienne, and Brandi Shurtliff, please contact the tip line with Fruitland Police at 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. No tip is ever too small. Someone needs to come forward. Someone needs to say something. If you know something, say something. We are praying for Monkey's return home every day, and we're really hoping that the family gets some peace and that Michael gets justice, the justice he deserves. Poor Michael walks out of his neighborhood, walking around his neighborhood, and is picked up by predators. He was abducted. Now, the last people I'm going to talk about are the Pope twins and a connection to the Pope twins. And you guys have heard me talk about the Pope twins before. They are connected to Adrien specifically that we know of. Let me just play a recording that I have here. Hold on, let me find that so that you guys can understand, because Adrien throws the Pope twins from Twin Falls, Idaho under the bus. Pretty much pointing fingers that they somehow have aided or done something with Michael or involved with Michael's abduction. Let me see. I know I have it. Hold on. I will find it. Oh, here it is. So this is a recording by one of the Pope twins directly directed towards Adrien himself. This twin is very pissed off that he's been thrown under the bus. Listen, because I'm only going to play it once. Because if I play it too many times, YouTube won't like me much.
Didn't kidnap that kid or kill the kid. So that was completely him. Don't be trying to put it off on me and my brother. I'll fucking smoke you guys myself. I won't be going to jail for smoking a kid. I'll be going there smoking y'all. Fuck.
That was him. He was like, I didn't do anything to that kid, didn't kill that kid. That was him. Who's him? And why is this message to Adrien? Mind you, first of all, like, who's this conversation with? Him. Who is him? He's denying having any involvement with Michael's disappearance, with Michael's abduction. But why is Adrien mentioning other people? There are 4 suspects. He could be pointing the finger at Stacey or Sarah or Brandon, but he's not. He's pointing the finger at these gang members out of Twin Falls. The Pope twins. That's what they're famous for. Pope twins are identical twins. Why is he pointing fingers over here when there's 3 other suspects to be pointing fingers at? 3 other people to throw under the bus? That's the one question you have to ask yourself. Welcome, Mrs. T. Thank you for being here. Lady Death, thank you for being here. Good to see you. So now that I've told you again who the Pope twins are, let me throw this up. This is a picture of both of the Pope twins on Gabriel Pope's social media. This here is Gabriel Pope. And this here too is also Gabriel. Now, Gabriel is also Tyrone Stevens on social media. Gabriel and Christian Pope both use this last name Stevens. Just keep that in mind as I go on and explain to you this connection. This is Christian Pope. Tyrell Stevens, last name Stevens. So Gabriel or Christian also goes by Tyrell Stevens on social media. This man here is an RSO. His name is LaDrew Stevens. He has both of the Pope twins on his social media network, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. There's a connection here. He lived in Idaho through 2000 to 2003 in Twin Falls when both of the Pope twins were born. And I believe, in my personal opinion, I believe that this is the Pope twins' father, and he is their RSO. Now, this RSO also travels. He goes to Idaho, Ohio, and Riverside, California. Who else do we know that travels around Ohio, Idaho, and California? Adrien Lucienne. That is a connection that could or couldn't be something, but it does sound fishy that he travels around in the same areas that Adrien does. And LaDrew has 22 different aliases, and he is non-compliant, so he's not registering as an RSO. His was unlawful intercourse with person under the age of 16. And LaDrew and the twins have connections to Hilltop. Hilltop is a neighborhood area in Columbus, Ohio, known for drug and human trafficking. So there is a ton of articles on that area if you want to go down that rabbit hole. But Hilltop is very known for drug and human trafficking, and the twins and LaDrew are all connected to Hilltop. So we've got a lot going on here as far as all of these RSOs, okay? Does anybody have any questions this far? I know that was confusing. I know a lot of people always have a lot of questions whenever I bring up the Pope twins. But yeah, that's who they are. That's who they're connected to. It just really boggles my mind because I sit there and I am like, why is Adrien pointing the finger way over here to other people that could be involved in Michael's abduction when he has 3 other people he could be pointing the finger at? He could be throwing under the bus, right? That just does not make sense. So it's starting to make me wonder if other people are involved in Michael's abduction. And that's my opinion. I don't have proof other people are involved, but something's going on here. Okay. Seashore girl, nice to see you. Oh, I can't wait to go to the beach. I am planning a beach trip for my birthday in January. Super, super excited. Avi says that's a lot of RSOs they hang out with. It is. I found 16. 16. 16. That's a lot. Yeah, like y'all is saying, all these people have connection. It is mind-blowing. It absolutely is. Have these predators been questioned in Michael's case? Have the dogs taken part in their homes? Don't know about the dogs. I know that this information has been turned into law enforcement. I don't know what they did with it from there. Oh, she is on the ocean right now looking at it. I am so jealous right now. So jealous, seashore, but enjoy. I'm not that kind of jelly. Just wish I was there. I love the ocean. It just soothes my soul. So there's 16 RSOs connected to each other. The Wondras, Brandon and Adrien. Some even connected to Brandi and Tyler Vaughan's neighbors. RSOs like to cluster, and we know that, in groups with each other to share pictures, videos, links, etc., right? It's disgusting. So is this like a ring of them there in Idaho? Is this like a ring of them there? Do any of these RSOs have anything to do with Michael's abduction? I don't know. I'm just putting together connections. But they do have connections with the suspects. And I find that highly suspicious, if nothing else, suspicious. Okay? That's all I'm trying to say here. It does to me too. It does look like a ring to me. Yes, Ms. T, we actually talked about the Starkeys earlier in the show. You can go back and do the replay if you want to listen to the information that I spoke about about them. Yeah, there's just something going on here. We don't know why Michael was abducted. Did Sarah and Stacey want a kid? That's what we've had suspects say. You know, Sarah's always wanted a kid. We also know that Sarah's ex spoke about Sarah always wanting to kidnap somebody just to see how it was. Maybe just put them inside a house, put them in chairs and, you know, tie their hands together and just like, what, see the reaction? What was her plan after that? I mean, her husband actually wanted to leave her because her mentioning this constant wanting to kidnap somebody got to him and creeped him out. So he left her. I don't know if you guys knew that. We've talked about it here before. Did Michael's abduction have to do with trafficking? Then something weird went wrong. Something just like went wrong. Stacey mentions that Adrien was involved in human trafficking. Is there proof of that? Not 100%. But you can go down the rabbit hole with Adrien's profiles on his social media, and it really looks like it could be true. Multiple profiles of women. It's just a huge rabbit hole I jumped into, looked all around. If that's, you know, I don't know. It's just very... I'm just starting to think that maybe he did have some kind of connection to trafficking. The one thing Stacey wasn't lying about, though, was Michael being buried in the Wondra's yard. Michael was abducted for a reason, and one of the 4 suspects got sketched out for whatever reason, and Michael was hurt or harmed in some way, shape, or form by one of them. Did Michael leave to go to Kuna with Stacey, Sarah, and Brandon? Is that when something went south? Who out of those 3 had the nerve to harm a child? Sarah? Is that why she seems to lose her mind for months following Michael's abduction? All of her TikToks, the writing on her arms, writing on her shirts about God, putting Bible verses all over herself. She's laying down in front of their house, staring up at the sky, talking to God. This goes on for months after Michael's abduction. She's even talking to the Almighty God when the police get there with the arrest warrant. Now, what about Brandon? Is that why he talks about the crawl space at the Wondras to deflect away from the crawl space that dogs hit on at his mom's house? Is he protecting his mom's reputation? What's that about? Is that why Tina Muriel makes up stories of the dogs hitting on poop from her leaky toilet? Does she know the truth? Let's just talk about that, okay? Let's just talk about that. Why does Brandon talk about a crawl space? He is describing the house at the Wondras, and then all of a sudden just brings up the crawl space. Take a listen to this. Then we'll check in chat to see what everybody's got to say.
Inside the Wondra house, what does it look like inside there?
It's just a regular, like, double wide kind of a trailer house. Well, it's not a double wide, but it's a manufactured stick built home. Just a regular 1, 2, 3 bedroom, 2 baths, and a garage house.
Do they have a basement?
And they have a crawl space under there in their master bedroom. You walk in their master bedroom, take a right, and there's like this little crawl space right there. And I know that was open one day, and I went in there and looked, and there was like some kind of one of their cats that got down in there and pissed everywhere.
Oh, really? Why were you looking down there?
Because it was open.
Oh, you were just seeing what it was.
Yeah.
What about an attic?
No, the door was open, like they wanted their cats to go down in there or something. Or like that was another. I don't know. I went in their bedroom and looked to the right one day, and then that thing was open. Their basement crawl space door.
Where's it at in their bedroom? Under their bed? Is it noticeable? Is it hidden?
It's kind of, you go in their bedroom and then you go straight into their master bedroom. There's a shower on the left, and then right when you turn to the right, there's just like this little hatch door that opens.
But if someone just you could see the hatch from the wall, or you could tell something's there. I mean, is it hidden?
It's cut into the carpet, so it's like just a big piece of carpet with like a little square kind of cut out on 2 sides, and then and it comes open.
Do they have an attic?
No, sir. I don't think they do.
So he is asked about the Wanderer's house. He starts describing it's a 3-bedroom, it's a this, it's a that, and then crawl space. Why is he even mentioning the crawl space? I find that deflection, or sometimes when suspects or people that are involved in something like this, like Michael's abductions, they talk about certain things. They might change the story a little bit, but they talk about it. So why is he talking about this crawl space? Wait, welcome in, Mama. You were supposed to be resting, Miss Brandi. Brandi says, why did Brandon throw Adrien under the bus about S and trafficking when Brandon has known ties and to S and trafficking? She's exactly right. And that's why we're having this live, because there are connections, and you've got it verified right here by no other than Michael Monkey Vaughan's mama. I was a little bit nervous doing this live, talking about the S trafficking. I always worry about whether or not you're listening, Brandi, but thank you for clarifying that also for everybody. Would JLR get upset? I share all his interviews with Brandon. Everybody shares JLR stuff. Those interviews, I actually just went over, Brandi, and I'm about to do another live combining some stuff that Brandon's talking about and Stacey's talking about. That will be sometime after Christmas. I hope you guys got your Christmas presents that I sent you guys. We love you. We're thinking about you. We're praying for you. I hope your health's good. Sorry to hear that you're bedbound today. So he mentions this crawl space, and dogs hit on a crawl space over at his mom. Mind you, when they go to tow the car from Kuna, Brandon's mom is not there. Brandon's mom's out of town. And Tina Muriel tries to say that the dogs, hit on the poop at her leaky toilet. We know this is not true. Mountain Search and Rescue have actually, or the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue have came out and they've talked about their dogs, how they are not trained to hit on any kind of poop, any kind of leaky toilets, any kind. I also get asked about the septic tank. That's not what they're trained to hit on. These dogs are cadaver dogs. They are trained to hit where human remains once were. So why is he talking about a crawl space? Why does Tina deflect so much about the poop? What does she know? What is she protecting Brandon of? What does she know? And I think she knows a lot because Brandon is a mama's boy. So let me keep going here. I've got some pages of information. So then what about Stacey? Could Stacey have done this? He does have intermittent explosive disorder. What is intermittent explosive disorder, you might add? It's a mental, or you might ask, it's a mental health condition that involves sudden and impulsive episodes of anger, aggression, or violence. Situations can include verbal arguments, which we've all seen Stacey have. Temper tantrums. We have definitely seen Stacey throw temper tantrums. Fights. We know that he fights and has been in fights, and we know it for a fact because Justin For All throws it up on his YouTube, the video where Stacey punches some guy in the face as he's walking by. And mind you, he's literally picking on somebody who is obviously not in their right mind, has some kind of mental something going on. He's just sitting there rocking back and forth. He's just not okay. So here's Stacey picking on the weak because he's a coward. When it comes to his real life, when it comes to anything else, especially people pointing fingers at him being a suspect, he's a coward and a bully. That's all he is. And also property damage. And we know he's capable of property damage because him and a girl go and rob this apartment after seeing somebody post something in a newspaper clipping that things were going to be available from their apartment. I guess they thought it was okay just to walk up into the apartment, take whatever they want, and destroy the place before they left. So every single thing, when you look up intermittent explosive disorder, situations can include verbal arguments, temper tantrums, fights, and or property damage. Well, there you go. Stacey in a nutshell, right? IED is characterized by hostility, impulsivity, and a lack of apparent provocation. So there's no obvious or visible reason or trigger for an action or reaction suggesting the response might be seemingly unjustifiable based on the situation. The situation usually refers to someone that acts aggressively or angry without clear cause. So when you're dealing with a high stressed situation with people on drugs and an abduction of a child, I could totally see Stacey snapping and harming a child. That's why Stacey got moved from Fresno County. This last sentence, I am lost. I need to know more about this. So he got moved where? No, Stacey is not still in jail. He is out. He is out of federal prison. Hello, Callie Dime. Nice to see you. Yeah, she may not know, but she knows something's not right. That's absolutely a good way to put it. Tina's got some explaining to do. Her choice to It's her choice to Chief Huff, Brandi, or Jesus. I know. I was super, super upset too, knowing that he got out. I actually was hoping that indictments were going to go out before he got out of prison. Brandi Neal here says, Stacey is in a shelter in Boise. Sarah is still in prison, unrelated charges. Brendan Shurtliff is bouncing around from Nampa and Kuna, and Adrien was in DC. Adrien, let's just talk about him. Was he ever left with Michael after he was abducted? We know that human traffickers abuse their victims in many different ways to keep them scared and basically terrified to try to escape and leave from wherever they're being held captive. Plus, there's always the use of drugs to control the victims. Adrien goes by the name Adrien Lucienne on some of his social media. He is pretty friggin' demented on drugs, okay? He is like out of his friggin' mind. And if you ask me, I could see him harming a child, especially if he is involved with human trafficking. Now, Sarah said that Adrien did it when the police showed up in November of 2022 with a search warrant, and the Almighty God and Stacey told her that Adrien did it and that Stacey buried Michael in the backyard. So she's immediately already throwing people under the bus. Brandon and Stacey throw each other under the bus all last year, and then Brandon comes back to Idaho, and now Stacey wants to protect Sarah and Brandon. What the hell is that about? Hold up 1 second. Let me throw up another video. Just to remind everybody that last year, they didn't like each other very much. And now, Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies is getting threatened, cease and desist, and he's saying in that same recording, I'll protect Sarah and Brandon. So what's that about, Stacey?
What would Brandon have to lie about? What would Brandon have to lie about? Probably everything. I think that he's trying to perhaps make a cover up for his fuck up, and I think he's just being deceitful about everything. I think he's trying to. I think he knows that he's probably maybe guilty, but I don't know. What would Brandon have to lie?
Yeah, and I want answers too. You know, I don't think Adrien did it, and I don't think Sarah did it. But Stacey, I know that sometimes he's lied to me and he's lied to others, and he says he'll do something and then he really don't do it. And I got after him about that, and I was trying to teach him that you're not supposed to do that in life, and then he'll get sometimes mad at me, you know. So that's where my trail kind of ends, and that's where I'm kind of curious in my own head.
With Stacey.
With Stacey, I'd like to talk to him personally, and if he was here right now, I'd be talking with him and say, hey, I know you and me didn't. I know that you broke my watch, and you know you thought I wanted to steal your girl or this or that, but that was all accusations. It's not true. I was just there to help you guys work, make a business, and pay the bills. That was my whole objective.
So he was accusing you of trying to get with Sarah?
Yes, sir. Like every day.
Every day. But he didn't kick you out of the house?
Right, because she liked me a little bit because I was kind of the cool guy on the block, hanging out, trying to save the day. And he got a little bit jealous of it, and I wanted to kind of shut that down and say, hey, we're all friends. You keep your wife. You guys get along, and you guys stop doing that, kind of like a counselor.
Yeah, it's just so strange that they both want to throw each other under the bus for so long, talking so much crap about each other, and now that Brandon ends up back in Idaho. All of a sudden, what? Are they buddy-buddy now? Have they spoken? What the hell is this about? Stacey wants to protect Sarah and Brandon now? Why is he so quick to throw Adrien under the bus? You already have Sarah saying that Adrien's the one who did something to Michael. So is that the case? And if other people are involved and they're dangerous people, is that why they're not wanting to throw any more names out or talk about anybody else? I just find it all just so suspicious. Brandi says, well, Brandon, Stacey, let's have a conversation. I'll even buy coffee for you and your lawyers. Come tell me which one of you is lying. Exactly. Go talk to Mama. She wants to talk to you. He is a liar, and he is horrible at lying. Where's Michael, Brandon, and Stacey? Where's Michael, Stacey, and Brandon? All right. And then when Stacey tells Ellie about the tip, the only people around are Sarah and Brandon. Adrien's done friggin' left town. After bouncing around for a month, by the end of August of 2021, just a month after Michael was abducted, no one knows where Adrien went. He's gone. He bounces. That sounds pretty suspicious also. So unless Adrien snuck into town, that only leaves Sarah or Brandon to move Michael from the Wondra's backyard. Unless Michael was moved before Stacey was incarcerated. So in the beginning of October, we know that Stacey and Sarah go to Texas. Had something to do with the dog. We all know the story, right? They go down to Texas. They're picking up a dog to bring back to give to somebody else. Sarah freaks out while they're down there when the car breaks down. It's a huge thing. At the same time, Brandon's grandfather passes away. Now, let's talk about Brandon's grandfather for just a minute. He owns, let me get this, throw this up there. He owns a green cemetery. So I have this recording about Texas. Let's play that first. Hold on a second, because Brandon, Sarah, and Stacey are all still living with each other. And Stacey and Sarah, they take off and go to Texas.
Now, do you know anything about their trip to Texas? In like around, I guess, a couple months after Michael Vaughan went missing, they went to Texas?
No, sir. I know nothing about that recent. Now, I do recall them saying something about that previously where Sarah lived in Texas with another man.
Okay. He didn't know about their trip to Texas? They all lived together and he didn't know about their trip to Texas? I know that Brandon also visited Seattle for a little while, was over here in Washington. But they all talked, they all communicated with each other. His grandfather owns this green cemetery, and when he passes away, he gives this cemetery to Brandon's mom, Tina Marie. Okay? Brandon is asked to dig his grandfather's, yep, I'm having a brain fart. He is asked to dig his, to where he can bury his grandfather. He's asked to dig it. Brandon's father has an excavation company. And some of the equipment, excavation equipment, was left with Brandon's sister in Idaho. So Brandon has to go get some of this excavation tools to take to this green cemetery to then dig a hole for his grandfather. If Sarah and Stacey were gone in Texas, is this when Brandon decides to take Michael out of the backyard and move him? We don't know, but it is very suspicious. The timing is suspicious. And let's talk about this a little bit more. This is the Green Cemetery. Hold on one second. That went too fast. It is the Mountain View Green Cemetery. And this is it. It's an all-natural place. It's also located in the Chehalis National Forest, Boise National Forest. It's all like right in there. So this is like in the friggin' middle of nowhere. And they do these little graves that are just made from rock. Like I said, it's all natural thing. Yeah, people have rocks engraved and everything else. So it's just a little suspicious. The timing, I think, is what's got me more than anything. That this his grandfather dies and he's already there and he's already digging, and Brandon or Stacey and Sarah are gone. There's opportunity here, and nobody can deny that. There is opportunity. So let me see. Again, I'm going to throw up Michael Joseph Vaughan, nickname Monkey. If you have any tips about where Michael Vaughan is, if you have any tips about Michael's abduction, if you have any tips about any of the suspects, Sarah Wondra, Stacey Wondra, Adrien Lucienne, and Brandon Shurtliff, please call the tip line at Fruitland Police Department 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. In my Michael Vaughan Case Revisited group on Facebook, I got asked this last week, or actually told by somebody last week, Stacey Wondra is no longer a suspect. Oh, yes, he is. All 4 of these suspects are still suspects. They are the only 4 named suspects in Michael Vaughan's abduction so far. Will there be more? I don't know. But there's other people being mentioned. There's other connections here to RSOs. It's really friggin' crazy, the human trafficking and its involvement has something to possibly do with Michael Vaughan's abductions, because we don't know why he was abducted. We just know that there are connections. Again, all you got to do is call in a tip. You can remain anonymous. It takes one small tip to break an entire case wide open. If you have been thinking about calling in a tip for a long time and you're just scared, I promise you, you can call in anonymous, or you can just flat out tell them, like, I'm terrified. I want to give a tip. I don't know what to do. They'll walk you through it. They will protect you. You will be protected. If any of these suspects have ever told you anything fishy during a conversation that you just thought, that was weird, and just this little bitty tiny little thing, it could be huge in Michael's abduction. It could be the one little thing to connect another little thing, and boom, case is put together, solved, And there's that aha moment law enforcement is waiting for, that Michael is waiting for, that Michael's family has been waiting for over 3 years. So please, please, I am begging you, call in the tip if you have one. The tip line, Fruitland Police telephone number is 208-642-6006, or email Fruitland, findmichael@fruitland.org. I'm sorry, I'll say that again. Email findmichael@fruitland.org. No tip is ever too small. It just takes that one thing. So many cases have been, broken with just a little bit. Evil Alaska, thank you for being here. I am just now not seeing you. I've been seeing you. I just want to say hey. So, there's just so many layers to Michael's abduction. There are so many layers to these suspects. And you have, from their own admission to knowing something specific in Michael's abduction, like Sarah saying Adrien did it and Stacey buried Michael. You have Stacey Wondra giving a tip to police. And now we know with the recording that we have, which I'm going to play. Let me find it real quick. Stacey admits that he called law enforcement to come in while he was incarcerated to give that tip. He wasn't bullied for 4 or 5 days. He wasn't harassed to the point of tears. Poor Stacey. Oh no. Did the police harass you? Give me a fucking break. There is a child missing and you have information. So give it up. I am so sick of the temper tantrum. The poor me. These suspects are not victims. They are not the victims. Michael Monkey Vaughan is the victim here, okay? Let me see if I can find it. I'm getting pissed off. It is so frustrating to sit here and just know that these suspects know something. And we're talking about a little boy. They have absolutely no heart whatsoever. Because if they did, they would just flip. They would just say what they had to know to save a mother's heart, a father's heart, monkeys, siblings' hearts. Okay? Flip. One of you SOBs need to flip. Get that deal and share what you know. It's about friggin' time, okay? Let's just do it. Stacey called. Here's a recording of him saying that he called law enforcement to come in while he was incarcerated. It wasn't a false tip. It was a tip. He wasn't coerced into saying this tip. He called them to jail and said, I got something to tell you.
Somebody, hypothetically, or from a long time ago that might have been buried, there's something. I mean, it doesn't even have to be buried. You know what I mean? Like, it could be just somebody sight at that house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just, cadaver dogs are 100% accurate somehow, some way, because Sarah and I had a heart to help people. We're somehow kind of in the middle of nothing. And here's the thing, though. The way I'm seeing it, if they're going to fucking charge me, let them charge me. Because I guarantee you, when I take it to fucking trial, and I fucking win, I'm going to walk out of the courtroom, and I'm going to smile at them.
Well,
I'm fucking walk out, dude.
They got a phone call from Brandon at the house saying that
Here it comes, you guys. Stacey Wondra saying that he called law enforcement. Here it comes.
You guys were involved. Brandon is the one that made the phone call.
I would have heard something like this. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, then,
The law enforcement came and talked to me because I asked them to.
Law enforcement came and talked to me because I asked them to. Let me just play that again.
Like this. That doesn't make any sense.
well, then,
The law enforcement came and talked to me because I asked them to. Like this. That doesn't make any sense.
well, then,
The law enforcement came and talked to me because I asked them to.
Law enforcement was asked by Stacey Wondra to come and talk to him so that he could give them a tip. Okay? Right out of the horse's mouth. Only a couple of things that Stacey has told the truth about. One of them is that Michael was buried in the Wandra's yard. And that is a huge thing to know. Because how could he know that if he wasn't involved? How could Sarah immediately start pointing fingers at Adrien and Stacey burying Michael in the backyard unless she knows something? People are running and hiding after Michael comes up missing. Adrien, perfect example. No one ever knows where he's at. He's constantly changing where he lives, where he's at, his telephone number, his social media outlets, everything. He doesn't want to be found. The police had to go to Montana to talk to Brandon at his job. And while he's there, while the police are talking to Brandon and hunting his ass down, afterwards, Brandon's like, I got to get the hell out of here, packs his stuff up and leaves. He is freaking out. The guy that he was working for in Montana said that he started acting strange and erratic, was pacing back and forth, sweating. Like, when law enforcement found Brandon, Brandon got scared. Brandon has already been scared. Matter of fact, I think he's one of the biggest pussies in this entire investigation. I got to go back up here and remove this. Michael is the only victim. He told LE where Michael was buried. Stacey Wondra called LE from Michael's mom's own mouth. We are getting confirmation on things here, people. Are the dots starting to connect? I think so. I don't think it's going to be very long before indictments come out and handcuffs start getting put on people. So one of the four suspects, Stacey, Sarah Wondra, Adrien Lucienne, Brandon Shurtliff, you better start talking real quick, because when those indictments come, if you haven't given law enforcement all of the information that you know, given them all the facts in Michael's abduction, you're going down. You have the opportunity to tell the truth, and your time's running out. Tick, 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 tick. That is the sound of your time running out. It's time to tell where Michael Vaughan is. And then you have the suspects blaming each other. They blame each other all the time. And they blame other people. A perfect example are the Pope twins, when Adrien throws the Pope twins under the bus. Pope twins weren't ever mentioned as suspects. Adrien could have told thrown out three other people's names. Sarah, Stacey, Brandon's, but he chose to go over here and point fingers at the Pope twins. The Pope twins that are allegedly in some way, shape, or form connected to human trafficking. Adrien, we are suspecting also of human trafficking. Huge connection here. Do we know that that's why Michael got taken? We don't. But there's a lot of connections that make us think about whether or not that was a possibility. And right now, We have to look at all possibilities. You know, we've got these suspects making up excuses and making up wild stories. One of them I find insane. Brandon Shurtliff says something about the Snake River and the possibility that 5-year-old Monkey Vaughan could swim across the Snake River. What? That is insane to even come out of any of the suspects' mouth. The possibility of a child Michael's age swimming across the Snake River. A Snake River that, from what I understand, is very, very, very swift. It's just not going to happen. I'm going to look through comments a little bit. Connie says, tick tock, tick tock. Time is running out, suspects. Someone better start talking. Life in prison is a long time, Stacey and Brandon. Take the deal and tell us where Michael is. Me, thank you so much for being here, for giving a super sticker. We like our super chats and super stickers. Here we go. And Connie, it said she was a new member, but she's been a member for months. But since I'm clicking right here, we'll just click for another Whisperer member. Click the thumbs up while you're here. If you want to become a whisperer or a screamer, and click the link up at the top there in the chat section. Level-headed. The me account is Stacey Wondra. What? Well, me, if you're interested, I can throw down a link and you can come right on in. If you're Stacey Wondra and would like to talk, I don't know why you want to give me $1.99. You're the one that's broke all the time. But hey, you want to talk about it? Talk about Michael. Talk about Brandon or Adrien or Sarah or anybody else. Come on up. I would be glad to put the link up. Just let me know. And nice to see you, level-headed. Been a while. Yep. Hi, Stacey. It's nice to see you. Come join us. Brandi NEAL, she's saying that the river kills so many people every year. We have a river just like that around here, the Columbia River. It's the same. It's just so swift. The fact that Brandon even tries to say that Michael swam across is just insane to me. It's just, there are so many stories being made up. There's so many things that they say that connects them to Michael's case. And then there's ridiculous people out there, stupid people in my opinion, that want to talk about Michael's parents being suspects when they've completely been cleared. And Papa's been cleared too. He was out of town getting a damn haircut when Michael come up missing. Nobody in that house did anything with Michael. You want to know who did do something with Michael? Is one of the 4 suspects. So, if you have a tip, it's important to call Fruitland Police at 208-642-6006. And you can also email findmichael@fruitland.org. Do you see his little face here in the blue striped shirt? Do you really think that Michael could swim across the river? Swim across the Snake River? I wish to God Michael swam across the Snake River, ended up on an island somewhere so that law enforcement can find him and him go home to his family. But that's not what happened here. Michael's story is way sadder than that. And there are 4 people that know exactly what happened to Michael. And they need to start talking. And somebody out there knows something. One little tiny little thing that could just break this case. I know it. I know there is somebody out there listening that wants to talk so bad. Please, for the love of God, for the love of Michael and his family, call in a tip. 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. We're Michael's army. We're never giving up. It's just not going to happen. Brandi is sick right now and she needs us. And we're going to keep pushing Michael out there. So what can you do to help? If you know the suspects, start talking. You can put Michael's flyer up on your social media. It will spread faster than anything. Share it every day, every other day, once a week, however many times you want to share it. Share his flyer. Get his picture out there. It'll get people talking. If you're in Fruitland, get some flyers. Hang them up in your neighborhood. Put one in the back window of your car and tape it so it's always there. I've got a Chiron sticker on the back of my car. If I had the money, I would make Michael stickers for everybody, bumper stickers. But that's what you can do. You can share Michael, his flyers. That keeps the word going. And if you're a YouTube creator, do some Michael lives. There are a couple of us already doing it, but we need more of you to do it. Over here to chat. I'm waiting, me. If you're here and you want to come up. Callie says, thanks for joining us. Are you ready to stop playing games and tell us where Michael is? Stacey, tell me about your conversations with Sarah every day. That's what Brandi NEAL wants to know. The conversations that you have with Sarah. Just sitting here going through chat. Thank you guys all for being here. I see everybody. It was really important for me to pay attention to all of the information that was sitting in front of me. So I'm so sorry if I ignored what was going on in chat with Brandi here. That chat moves really quick, and we are so blessed to have her here tonight to talk to us, to give us some information, which, by the way, Brandi, I know you're sick. If you want a link, I'll gladly put it up. If that's something you can't do right now, I totally understand, but I wanted to at least offer you that. And yeah, so chat's been moving pretty quick, and I'm just trying to read through everything. I think I might actually read a lot of it when I'm all done. Brandi says that she's playing Stacey and Brandon. Pretty sure that's why Brandon's latest girlfriend broke up with him. Well, that's good that she broke up with him, because he shouldn't be happy. None of those 4 suspects should be happy in any way, shape, or form, as far as I'm concerned. I hope that they're living in hell on earth. That's what I wish for them right now. So, yes, thank you for coming, Brandi. We appreciate you. We hope you're feeling better. Me, y'all about as dumb as a box of rocks. Well, I will say, as a creator, me, if you're not Stacey, I'm sorry that you're being told that you are. But if you are Stacey, come on up. Everybody, I just want to play a little bit of something real quick for Michael. And then I'll get back to going on with the show. I liked what Avy just had to say. Stacey, may you never rest. May you never have peace. I wish that on all 4 suspects. Maybe if y'all paid attention, me says, to the fucking facts instead of assumption, y'all would figure your shit out. Assumptions? These aren't assumptions. They are facts. I throw out the facts. I find the facts. We put up the facts. If you have any proof of anything that I said isn't a fact, email me. SammyJob12@gmail.com. That's how you can get a hold of me. The only person needing to figure their shit out is Stacey, Sarah, Brandon, and Adrien. Assumptions. I'm sorry. Are you throwing a temper tantrum again? Poor Stacey. Man, he just has to, whenever he feels like it, play the victim when there is a missing child. It's crazy how out of the 4 alleged people of interest, I have been the only one cooperating and have been nothing but straight up with law enforcement. So you do have connections. I take that apology back, me. If you have anything to say, come on up. Join the link. I'll gladly put it in the comments for you to come. What do you want to talk about? What do you have to say? Let me read that again. It's crazy. Out of the 4 alleged people of interest, I have been the only one cooperating and have been nothing but straight up with law enforcement. So if this is you, Stacey, you've been straight up. You haven't just lied about everything. You lied that law enforcement harassed you for 4 or 5 days. You've lied about your tip being a fraud, pretty much. Here, I'll throw up the link. Let me find it real quick. Let me give you a moment to think about it. Come on up. Join us if you want. I sound like an asshole. I'll play nice if you come up. I'm very curious to know what you have to say about how you've cooperated. Give me one moment, guys. I want to throw up the link here in case somebody wants to grab it. Any of the suspects are welcome. You know, we've got some big things coming. Let me know if the link don't work, if somebody grabs it and wants to come up. This is for any of the suspects only that want to come up and talk about Michael Vaughan's abduction, or any of the suspects that want to explain themselves or anything. We have lots of good stuff coming up, lots of good information. It's been a little hard to gather up content, but I have it. I've had a phone conversation with somebody that was close to one of the suspects. I now have permission to talk about it, but I'm going to save that for another live. And yeah, There are other recordings that I have been given permission to share, so I'll be doing that from other people. Trying to catch up here. Brandi says, so you know the facts? Me? So you know the facts. Come talk about the facts. Avi says, the facts are you're a liar, Stacey. Really, where's my proof? My proof is law enforcement. What I can find with law enforcement and how I made the connections with every single one of these registered sex offenders that are all connected to you, Sarah, Brandon, and Adrien. And there's so much more information that I have to share. And maybe in another live, I will show you exactly how I was able to connect the dots. Obviously, it scared you because here you are talking in chat because you're a coward and can't jump up on panel and take the link. Does that pretty much sum it up, Stacey? But I do promise to be nice if you want to come up. No, never said anything about Eve. Actually, you did. I have a recording of it. You said that Eve and you talk all of the time, that you guys are great friends. You said that Eve thought Tyler did it. You've said plenty about Eve. I have a lot of recordings of you talking about Eve. Brandi Neal says the facts of words I heard come directly from Stacey's mouth. Stacey, you forget that you hopped up on so many panels and talked and said so much stuff, and that every single creator out there or people that come and watch these live shows literally picked apart everything you had to say. We know what you're lying about. We know what you're telling the truth about. And the truth is you gave law enforcement a tip that Michael was in the backyard. How the hell could you know that unless you have some kind of involvement in Michael's abduction? Answer that question for me. Just come up on panel and give me the answer to that. Or give his mama the answer to that. How did you know where Michael was? Allie says this isn't an effing game, Stacey. I promise you one day we will find out what happened and you will pay for everything you did to Michael. Everything. If you think that indictments aren't going to come down on you, you are so friggin' wrong. Well, I'll put this up there for everybody to read because here again, he doesn't know how to talk to people. If you think these words hurt me or anybody else here in the chat, you are sadly mistaken, okay? The only thing that hurts us is Michael's family hurt by losing him. That's the only thing that hurts us. Nothing you can say to any of us is going to hurt us. Your words are only words. It's like completely laughable. You're such a friggin' coward. You're such a coward you can't even grab a link to get up here. Brandi says she'll even join you, Stacey, if you come up. Do you want to talk to Michael Vaughan's mom? Come on up. Can one of my mods please grab a hold of that link again and put it down in chat so Brandi and Stacey can come up? Come on. Stacey, we've heard you talk about, being sorry and everything when you talked about Brandi and the family. So Come on up. Talk with Brandi. I'll be quiet. I won't say a damn word. You can just speak to Michael's mama. Come on up. Well, Brandi says that, really, Stacey? She was at the Fruitland Police Department till 6 p.m. last night, and guess what the subject was? I'm guessing Stacey Wondra? That's what I'm guessing. Kelly says, Stacey, grammar, please. I'd like to understand the bullshit that's coming out of your mouth, but I can't when it doesn't make any sense. Absolutely no sense. And thank you, Connie, but he's not going to watch his name calling. He's pissed. He has obviously seen something on this live that caught his attention. There's so much more information that I have. You want to hear the stack of paperwork that I have? This case file? Like, it's getting thicker and thicker. It's full. I have 2 notebooks. Let's see, each one has 100 sheets in them, and that's all the notes that I have taken from information that I've been given and information that I have found out about you, about Sarah, about Brandon, and about Adrien. All information that's going to slowly start leaking out. The more and more and more us creators got to do live shows because Brandi's sick with stage 3 liver disease. She's going to need a liver transplant. Don't you think you should start talking? Start talking so that Brandi can get closure? Closure's not even the right word, so she can have some peace. You owe that to her. We all know you know something. It's time to talk. Well, the chat's just flying by. If anybody sees anything here, wow. So it's just Stacey's lawsuit. I'm just going to mention Stacey's lawsuit, his cease and desist, I'm going to sue all of the creators on YouTube for talking bad about me again, playing the victim. No, you're not the victim, Stacey. Michael Joseph Vaughan is the victim. His family are the victims. And you know what happened to him. And it's time for you to start talking, because it's not going to be very long that someone's going to flip on you. Tick, 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 tick. That is the sound of time running out. Running out, Stacey. You're running out of time. If you think that somebody else won't flip on you after you flipped on them, giving the tip of where Michael was in the yard, oh, I really hope you're not that stupid. No, Brandi's not slandering anybody. You can say I'm slandering. I don't care. Want to sue me? Sue me. Your lawyer's already making the case. What friggin' kind of lawyer is going to help you sue for $80 million? $80 million that you will never get. 80 million. Oh, here we go. Okay, everybody. Stacey is here. The link is there if you want to grab it too. Brandi? Hello, Stacey.
Hi.
I know you're mad and upset, but like I said before, I told you that if you came up here, I'll be nice. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, just making sure. So is there anything that you'd like to say?
Yeah, there's a lot of shit actually.
Well, I'm just handing you over the stage so you can say what you need to. Looks like you're fumbling around trying to get some stuff ready, so I'll give you a moment.
Damn it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What? Like, I'm sorry, Brandi, that Michael went missing. I don't know, nor do I have any idea, or have I had any idea of what happened to him. I'm sorry that you're going through what you're going through, and I'm sorry that you have to deal with this. I wish I had
Brandi,
more information to give. I know, I see it. Give me a minute.
well, I appreciate you coming up. I know you probably don't like me much right now because of what I'm saying, but I do appreciate
No,
you
like,
coming
listen,
up.
like, I get you're trying, you know what I mean? Like, everybody wants Michael to be found, and I get that. And I respect that, and I want him to be found too. I when I said that I've like cooperated with law enforcement out of the four suspects, I'm speaking in the terms of when they had questioned me. I was the first person to literally go in front of the panel, go in front of them, and tell them exactly our whereabouts that night. Like I know exactly like where we were. I know exactly what we had been doing. Like I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like the same exact uh, statement that I've given the police is the same exact thing I pretty much said throughout the whole entire YouTube podcast that I've done. Like I don't know what else to give you guys when I don't have anything to give. Law
Can I
enforcement,
ask you a,
like
can I ask you a question?
ask.
The only one question that I've ever had for you that I've always wanted to ask you is how could you give a tip about Michael being in your backyard if you didn't have some kind of involvement?
I didn't
It's the
have
only,
involvement, and that's the thing. And I've already explained that on another fucking podcast with I think Brooks and fucking whoever else I did it with. And quite frankly, like if somebody else gets very familiar with fetal alcohol syndrome, when somebody gets put under an extensive amount of pressure, when that one person is willing to give a statement freely and openly, knowing that there was no involvement, and they keep trying to pinpoint something on you that I never fucking did. Number one, I wanted to get them off my fucking back. I was at the point of a fight or flight mode because I didn't know what else to fucking give them. Like, was I supposed to give them what they wanted to hear? Because I've been telling them the same fucking thing. Like, I don't have any involvement. I didn't have any involvement. I don't even know who Michael is, nor did I associate or talk to the family. Like, we literally talked to very few people in our neighborhood, like our subdivision. We didn't talk to many people other than running our fucking taxi company. We talked to literally Carson, our neighbor. We talked to John across the street and Hazel, the HOA rep, and Sarah's parents who live behind us. Like, I don't have anything else to give. I have literally openly given my statement time and time and time again, reflecting on what details that I can like, which is very specific.
the thing
Like,
is that so many of us has seen you talk and everything else, and there were so many contradictions when you were, up there talking. So it just makes us all
but no,
question
and I
what's
get that. But
true and
you
what's
also got
not.
to, yeah, I get that, and you also got to take into account we're talking about something that's fucking 3 years old. I didn't give my statement. Like, I didn't start doing podcasts until 2 years after that. And literally until I got out of fucking prison last November. So it's like you're trying to expect me to fucking like remember shit to the fucking T. And I specifically noted in any of the videos that I've done, I said my information may not be 100% accurate to the point, but it is to the best of my knowledge. And I have specified that. Like, I don't know what else to give you guys. Like, all I can tell you is that I'm sorry that this boy has gone missing. I'm sorry. Like, if I had answers to give, I would give them to you. I don't have anything to give. And I want Michael to be found just as much as everybody else does.
The
Like, I
link that was
heard.
just added to chat is for Brandi, everybody. Just letting everybody know. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Stacey.
It's fine. Like, I
But
want
out
this
of
boy
everything, you could have told law enforcement, you told them Michael was in your yard.
No.
I'm still just trying to make sense of
I
that.
know, and I get where you're coming from, but what else was I supposed to say to get off my fucking back? They weren't listening to the fact that I had zero involvement. And I told them that time and time and time again in every one of the fucking interviews that I did with them. Yes, I made it. I 100% made it up. But guess what? They haven't fucking contacted me since. And no, I haven't talked to fucking law enforcement. And if they wanted to talk to me again, sure, I'd be more than willing to talk to them. Like, yeah, I know it. I get where your guys' standpoint is, and that's fine. Like, you guys have your matter of opinions, but maybe study up on fetal alcohol syndrome and what happens when somebody with fetal alcohol syndrome gets put under extreme amount of pressure. Like, it's not like it's easy for you guys to say. You guys will suffer with it. Like, I
Well,
want.
it's not easy. I mean, we all work really hard to try to find the answers. And I mean, and I can kind of get what you're saying after it being a long time and stuff, and it's hard to like remember exactly what happened. We just are searching for the truth.
No, exactly. But you guys are looking at the whole wrong direction. Like, I'm not. Like, I just want to clarify something. I spoke with a lawyer when I was in CTEC. It wasn't even calling in regards to a lawsuit. It was actually calling on some stuff that Supreme Court was doing a ruling on for the 922G. That I wanted to get answers. And the lawyer I happened to talk to, his name was Matt, and he actually said that he was retained to represent Brandon if he were to ever get charged. And he asked me who I was, I said, my name's Stacey Wondra. And he goes, why does that sound familiar? And then he looked up and he goes, oh, yeah. He goes, Brandon, I'm actually retained to represent Brandon if you were ever to get charged. I said, okay. I was like, well, this wasn't even, I said, well, speaking of that, I said, can I ask you some questions? He goes, well, I can't give you verbatim information. He goes, because, client confidentiality. I said, that's fine. I said, I'm not asking specifics. I said, but how did we even become to be suspects? And he goes, first of all, you guys were not, like, per Fruitland PD, you guys were never supposed to be alleged suspects. You guys were only supposed to be alleged people of interest. And a person of interest, as I'm sure you guys are all aware, is somebody who they believe that might have relative information or knowledge to help them find this person. We were never supposed to be labeled people or alleged suspects. We were only supposed to be alleged person of interest. The media is the one that had gotten it twisted. And then when I asked him, I said, okay, well, what do they have? Like, what do they have against us? And he literally told me, he goes, well, Brandon wanted to give a statement to the police. And when I told Brandon that I'm willing to let him give a statement, but he's only allowed to give it on a conditional statement. And I said, what's that? And he said that the police department needs to provide me and give me all of the documentation and the GPS records of all three of you guys that night. And he goes, I want evidence that ties you guys to this. And when he told me that he approached the Fruitland PD and told them that Brandon was willing to give a statement, they literally told him that we don't have any problem giving you all the phone GPS and everything and all the records you want. But as far as evidence, he said they don't have anything to give. They don't have anything that ties us to this. That's what verbatim. And if you guys want to look him up, I don't know his last name. His name's Matthew, and he works for Murray, Zellen, Johnson, in Meridian, Idaho.
Oh my God, my phone's going crazy.
I could
Just
hear
letting
it.
everybody know I am not even looking at my phone right now. Stacey Wandra's up on panel, as everybody can see, and I'm quite busy, so stop blowing up my phone, please. Is there a reason why you've decided to talk more about protecting Sarah and Brandon lately?
I haven't talked about protecting Brandon and Sarah at all. I speak for myself, but I also know that Brandon and Sarah were with me. We all were gone that entire night, towing Brandon's vehicle back from Cuna.
Right. I've heard that during your interviews and stuff before. Is
Nothing's
there?
changed. I'm not protecting Sarah. I'm not protecting Brandon. I can only protect myself because I can only speak for myself. But I
Well,
also
I just heard a recording that Brooks had recorded here recently when you were quite upset with her over the cease and desist, and you actually
Oh no,
say,
that was her warning. That was her warning, and that's already
yeah.
been reported to my lawyer. I'm not even tripping. It's fine.
Oh no,
Like
I was just saying it was during that recording that I heard you say that, you know, you can protect Sarah and Brandon. So I'm just wondering.
No,
what
I
about
wasn't saying like protecting Sarah and Brandon. I was speaking in general conversation. Like I know I don't speak as in like protecting them as much as I do knowing where their whereabouts were that night because they were with me. We were all together
Oh,
that
I
night.
get that. Okay.
And
And you're talking
first of all,
about
like
when
I
you
want to
went.
point out, but like another thing that I want to point out is, don't you guys find it a little odd how they have all this, CCTV video footage of us being parked on the side of Southwest 8th Street when I put power steering fluid in the truck? And they have video footage of me pulling in the fucking splash pad to get my can of chew out of the fucking side of the passenger side of the car. But
From my understanding that,
coincidentally,
well, from what my understanding is, the CTV camera picks up more towards the end of 8th.
no, that's not
than it
no
does
because
the other way.
because Southwest 8th Street wasn't at the end. It was right directly outside of our subdivision. Might I mention that there's a neighborhood watch which have cameras all throughout the fucking neighborhood, so they can pinpoint us leaving our neighborhood. They can pinpoint us being parked on Southwest 8th Street, and they can pinpoint me being at the splash pad at 1:30 in the afternoon. But somehow, some way, they can't fucking pinpoint where Michael is. They can't pinpoint anywhere on video footage. I mean, don't
Did
you
law
guys think it's a little
enforcement tell
fucking weird?
you? Did law enforcement tell you they had
Absolutely,
you
they
on
fucking did. Yeah, they showed me every fucking thing. That's what like. You guys don't even understand. Like you guys, like I get you guys like to play detective, and that's cool. Play detective. But you're not the one that had the encounters with the fucking Fruitland Police Department, nor the detectives, nor fucking highway or fucking Idaho State Police, or the fucking FBI. Little do you guys know, I'm the one that voluntarily gave a fucking polygraph test and passed it with flying colors, specifically to 5 questions that they asked.
Are you the only one that took polygraph
No,
tests?
Sarah and Brandon both did it because they both got brought in the same day.
Are
Brandon
you
got.
aware of one of your friends that came up on my panel a couple of weeks ago?
Who's that?
I don't know. She was a blonde. If anybody in chat remembers her name, her like YouTube name, she was saying that she was your friend, and then she pulled you up on her phone while she was up on my panel screaming about Adrien was at the house that night. And we know that you've said that Adrien was not at the house that night, but your friend was saying that he was.
I don't know.
So I'm just
Our
curious.
blonde friend? I don't have any blonde friends. I'm sorry. I don't have.
Country Cuz. Her name was Cuz, C-U-Z. And then when she
Who?
came up on panel, it came up Country Cuz.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Yeah, some blonde girl says that she talks to you all the time and that you've.
No.
She was not saying that you said that Adrien was at the house. She was just trying to convince everybody on panel that Adrien was at the house and he's your friend and she knew. So I was just asking you, was Adrien at the house that night?
No, I like I said, I specified that Adrien was at the house because he was the only one that was left there when we had left. Because we had asked him if he wanted to come with us that night, and he said, "No, I'm going to stay home." And I
So you're
specified
saying
that.
that Adrien was at the house when you guys left to go to Kuna?
Yep. And I told you, I specified that on panel.
Oh,
But he didn't have access. He didn't have access to any of our vehicles. We don't ever leave our fucking vehicles or any of our means of transportation anywhere in the house. And we
was
would
he
never let
there?
him drive our vehicle.
Was he there when you guys got back home after
Yeah.
the towing?
Yeah, he was in his fucking room.
I'd personally never heard that before, so
No, he was in the room. Like, he was in his little fucking bedroom that he fucking destroyed when he left with his fucking little pubic hair of his fucking head. Like,
do you know who the Pope twins are?
who?
The Pope twins?
No. I have no idea who the fuck
So
that is.
I have a recording. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I have a recording. It's of one of the Pope twins pretty much sending a message to Adrien when Adrien threw them under the bus for Michael's abduction. You don't know anything about that?
I don't even know who the Pope twins are. I've never heard of them a day in my life. Like I
Yeah, it's
said,
Gabriel and Christian Pope.
Sarah and I ran a taxi company. We were not there to make friends. Yes, we helped people out occasionally with a place to help them get on their feet. Yes, we allowed people, which is why we're in this fucking predicament. And not just
Link,
this
please.
predicament.
Brandy's asking for it, everyone. Sorry to interrupt you, Stacey, but Brandy's ready to take the link.
Okay, go ahead.
Can somebody throw that up, please? Stacey, please be nice to Brandy. Okay.
I'm not a heartless person. Like, I've been wanting to talk to Brandi for a minute now. Like,
I know. I just know you get upset sometimes. I don't know if we're going to have a very upset, screaming, yelling mama here or not, but please, no matter what she says or does, let's just keep her cool and, try to talk to her the best you can, please, without calling
oh,
names or
that's
yelling
fine.
or anything.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
even tripping.
Okay. Does somebody have that link, please, for Brandi? I did not copy it down. And I've turned my phone. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on one second. Let me grab
Everybody
it.
knows you guys can use fucking Bluetooth headphones on this shit. Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here. I pinned the StreamYard up at the top, Brandi. What were you saying, Stacey?
No, I just didn't know if I could use headphones on this shit. So it wasn't working, but now they're working.
I can still hear you. I can't hear you as good as I could when you didn't have them in, but as long as I can hear you, you're good.
I'm not trying to let people hear it.
Oh, people you're around now?
No, I'm at the shelter outside.
Brandi, the link's at the top in the pin section at the top of chat. I'll try old school way and throw it up too, just in case.
Are you going in? I'm going in.
Sorry, I'm trying to old school this link here. Throwing up the link again. I'm not seeing Brandi here. I just put up the link again, Brandi. You can continue talking about whatever until I see Brandi.
I'll wait.
Okay, here's Brandi. Madden her up now.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Brandi. How are you feeling?
This is not well.
I'm sorry, honey.
Hello, Mr. Wondra.
You can just prove I'm my name. It's okay. We're all.
It's my preference.
I got you. That's fine.
I have so many questions. So many. One, your lawsuit and slander. It's not slander if you're a named suspect, correct?
Not a named suspect. That was the media that fucking got that twisted.
Excuse me, named suspect.
Can't hear you very good, Stacey, and I think it's because you've got your things in. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Let us know if you can hear both of them, please, in chat. And then I'm just going to hand over the stage to both of you guys.
So, Stacey, why did you contact law enforcement and say that you gave that tip about Michael being buried in your backyard?
I never contacted them. It was when they had approached me at about the 5th interview that I had with them. After
So
telling
was
them the same exact statement that I've given them the last 4 times.
I've
If
been
you
trying
had,
to put like a timeline of everything together. Like from your recollection of that day with what I've seen you do with the internet with YouTube creators and stuff. I've tried to watch all of them, and you talk about your timelines and everything, and then you've discussed about your timeline with law enforcement. I'm just curious because you're stating all these different times in all these different people, these different people's interviews. I'm sorry, you have to forgive me right now. I'm very, very sick. My mental
I
fog is
know,
absolutely hell. And honestly speaking with you is,
not easy.
no, sir,
I
it is
don't
not
blame you.
easy.
I don't believe you. I mean, I don't blame you. Like, Brandi, I've been trying to talk to you for like a minute, and I know it's taken a lot out.
And Stacey, you cut out.
Sorry.
There you go.
Like, I know it's not easy talking to me, Brandi, and it's not, you know, it's never gonna be easy talking to me because and all you've heard is my videos that I've done with either law enforcement or done on YouTube, but I've never directly spoken with you. Like, I need you to know, Brandi, I didn't have anything to do with your little boy, nor did Sarah, and nor did Brandon. we would never allow ourselves to be involved or play a part in something as serious as like this, let alone like, yeah, I have a felony history, but guess what? My felony history doesn't pertain to sex offense crimes. I have 2 federal gun charges and 4 state felonies, 1 in Idaho and 3 in Oregon. Like, I want your boy to be found just as much as everybody else does. It's not fair. And I wish that, you know, that he could be brought back to be reunited with you because that's what you deserve. I wish that I could magically make him come back for you. Like I hurt every day because I feel for you guys. And if I could make some fucking magic happen, I would. If I could fucking automatically just play the psychic detective, I would. I don't have anything to give you, Brandi. And I'm sorry you're suffering, and I'm sorry you're sick. I wish you didn't have to be sick because it's not fucking fair.
Are you there?
Huh?
I'm asking Brandi if she's there. Do you have any more questions?
Brandi, you can ask me any questions you want. I can only give you the truth, and everything that I've said before. There's no difference to it. I wish I had answers to give you directly, other than what you have already said.
Oh, I got kicked. Ah, I'm behind. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
What is that?
Why do I have another Brandi NEAL trying to pop up? Did you try popping up twice?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Drop that other one.
Drop the other one? Okay. Hold on a second. Here we go. All right, you're there and we can hear you now. Somebody got people talking in the background. Is that your house, Brandi?
No, it's me. I'm out in the shelter.
Oh, okay. I know you're having a hard time talking, Brandi, and I'm sorry.
Brandi, it's
It's gonna
okay.
be
You can ask me your questions when you're ready. I will answer everything as honestly with an honest answer. But ask him when you're ready.
Is there anything that you have to say maybe about Adrien or anything and his involvement in all this, or anything you know
I
of
don't
Adrien?
I can't all I know is that Adrien was the only one left home that night. Hold on a second.
Are you still there,
That's
Mama?
No, she dropped out.
Yeah. I don't know that her link was good. She's coming, she said. She's still coming on. I just don't think maybe something was up with her link or something.
Like, I can't speak, and nor will I speak on Adrian's behalf because we weren't with him that night. But what I can also tell you is that I know from what the lawyer I spoke with and what he had confirmed is exactly everything that I've been trying to say and tell you guys that we have not had any involvement in this. Like, this is going on 3 fucking years, almost 3.5.
You know, it's just, I guess it's just crazy to me because I mean, you even have Sarah talking about, you know, Adrian's the one that did it to Michael and that you're the one who buried him. And then you're the one who says something about a tip in the backyard. So, I mean, these 3 things specifically tie both of you guys in somehow. I mean, why would you ever admit to any of that if you didn't have some kind of...
But I never admitted to any of it. That's what you guys don't understand. Did you not hear any of, like, Sarah's shit when she got arraigned in court? Where they initially charged her? And how she claimed to be me in court? Like, I'm not making justifications, nor am I protecting her. But she obviously had a lot of mental shit going on internally. What I can tell you and what I can give you is what I've given you. I only speak for myself at this point. But I can also tell you that Brandon and Sarah were with me that whole night.
Okay, here's Brandi. She's back again. Sorry, hon. I know it's hard to hear. He is at a shelter right now, so there's a little bit of voice going on in the background.
Okay. Am I echoing?
No.
Nope, you're not echoing.
Okay.
Take a few deep breaths, Brandi. We know that it's hard. We know.
You can ask me any questions you want, Brandon. You can ask me anything you want, and I'm only going to give you the truth.
No. Give your mouth to Granny Smith. You don't want to bring it up fast because of crazy. No, that's what you want.
Why are you lying? Who are you lying to? Me or law enforcement? Or the world?
I'm not lying to anybody. I haven't lied, Brandi. And that's the thing. Like, I don't have, nor have I had any involvement with something like this. Like,
however, not all of it is.
Your boy deserves to come home to you. And I want nothing more than for him to come home to you and your family. Yeah, I'm on the video. Sorry. Like, I can only give you what I've given law enforcement, what I have given the world of YouTube. I wish that I could give you something more. I wish that I could be a psychic fucking detective or an investigator that could just tell you who's responsible for this. What I can tell you is it wasn't me, and it wasn't Sarah, and it wasn't Brandon.
It had all everything after his surgery. Yeah. To bring it up to you, a big portion of it.
You're stating right now that it was not you, nor Brandon, nor Sarah, nor Adrien?
I can't speak on Adrian's behalf. Adrien was the only one that was home at night.
That's got the most iron that it's.
But I also know that Adrien did not have access to any of our vehicles. We never left our vehicles or the
That's
keys
why I get rid of
available
his
to him.
photo.
Say it again.
They steam it with steamed off the oil. With steamed off all the
He
vitamins.
didn't hear that last question, Brandy. Could you repeat yourself?
I'm sorry. Is this better?
It's fine. It's just loud because there are a lot
Okay.
of people talking at the shelter where is at.
You say you can't speak for Adrien.
I don't know what I will be.
Okay. Does Sarah take insulin?
Yes, she's insulin dependent.
How come Sarah said you buried Michael in the backyard?
Put in a little bit of ranch.
How come what?
How come Sarah said you buried Michael in the backyard?
Just like she said that her name was Stacey in court. Just like she said that the most highest God told me that Stacey did it. Just like the most highest God told me that he was buried in Carson's backyard. Does any of her fucking statements make sense? Because I'm pretty sure, Brandy, that I have told the same fucking, given the same statement, given everything. And it's never, and I literally, when I've done the podcasting,
It's kind of, we don't have.
that my
You saw,
information may not be 100% to the T, as this is almost a 3.5-year-old case.
1,240 days to be exact.
Okay. And I'm sorry that it's been that long. You should not have to go through what you're going through, Brandy. And I'm sorry that you are. And I'm
Michael should
sorry
not be
that you're
going through
suffering.
this.
Hell no. What is this? A fat kid joke? Okay, get away. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, well,
Thank
no,
you,
go
buddy.
with deflection. Were Sarah and Adrien making fake girl accounts to get, how do I say this? YouTube politically correct? Ladies of the night. How does that work? Yeah, is that okay, Sam?
yeah. You say anything you want to, Mama.
Did you know about that, Stacey? Did you know Sarah and Adrien were making false accounts to get working women? To meet guys and
No, I did not. But I also know that Adrien had approached Sarah and said that he said that if you help me create fake accounts, that I'll pay you a percentage. And I remember telling Sarah specifically, don't fucking do it.
so you didn't have any involvement in them setting up fake accounts to
No.
meet guys
And I told
rob
no,
them
no,
because
not
they're
at all.
smarter than you?
Not at all. I wouldn't allow myself with that.
They didn't set that up? Oh, but so you knew that they were setting it up, but because
No.
they stated
No.
they were smarter than you, Adrien and Sarah were, that they were going to do it to rob these people so you guys had money?
No, and we never, to my knowledge, the only income that we were getting, Brandy, was from our taxi, from doing taxi rides. There's a reason Aero Express got put out of business because of their pricing and how they were out charging people. There's a reason we were the only taxi company in Fruitland, between Fruitland, Ontario. Like, that was our source of income.
That was the only. What happened? Oh, the lube company.
The lube company didn't work out specifically because Arturo Rojas, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Mm-hmm.
You cut out, Stacey. Oh, there you are.
I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I got blow my
No,
nose.
like Arturo Rojas was the owner of the Looks New, the detail building that we were renting a shop bay out of.
I know, but
And in our contract agreement that we assigned, it said that we had he would allow us to use the air compressor that was set up in there and the wash bay system to be able to spray off the concrete inside the shop so that we didn't
Right.
leave
Okay.
oil stains.
Yeah, we know.
And we
I
had
remember that.
and when his daughter had come in there doing an inspection and coming to talk to us, I had the air compressor going and she threw a fit about it. And then it caused a huge conflict with her and her dad. And we just decided that, look, like, we're not going to do this. Like, we had an agreement. It was in the contract that you would allow us to use the air compressor and the stuff in the shop until we were able to get our own air compressor and get it on our feet. And so
Okay.
that's the reason we had moved out of that shop. We have also had a company called Wander's Mechanic and Repair.
Hmm.
And that,
Wait.
like, that was only a temporary thing because I just,
Right.
like, I
Okay.
didn't
So
want
you had all of these. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you had all of these businesses that you tried to get to work. Right. I want to know more about this plan to setting up fake accounts and pretending to be women.
I can't.
That are
So, and I
using
can't.
online.
Here's the thing. So, I can't give you more than what I can tell you right now.
You
Is
can't
that
tell me about how Adrien
no,
wants.
no, no? Like what I'm telling you is, I don't know anything other than Adrien, when he first came in to
Mhm.
stay with us,
Okay.
had approached Sarah and said, "Hey, I'm trying to find a way to make some money. I have an idea that we could create some fake accounts as women and get money from people." And I specifically told Adrien and Sarah, I said, "No, you guys shouldn't be doing this shit. That's illegal, number one. And number two, it's not right to take from people."
Okay.
And I specifically told Adrien because he claimed that he got disability or fucking workers' comp out of the state of New York somehow or some way. Because the whole deal was when we agreed to let him stay with us, it was, "Oh, I'll pay you, I'll pay you $250 a week to rent out that room." And we're like, "Okay." And then when the first week came, and because he's like, "Oh, I get paid this such and such day." I forget what day it was. He's like, "When I get paid this day, I'll give you guys $250. Well, that day came, and he's like, "Oh, well, my money didn't hit." And then we're like, "Okay, well, like we're just gonna add it on to, you know, what you owe us for this week." Well, then the next week, I'm sorry, I apologize for being,
Thank you,
swearing.
Stacey. I
I
wanted to give
I
you.
don't mind the swearing. Absolutely not. We know I have a privacy alert, but if it's bothering other people, definitely
I
it
know,
doesn't
and I
bother me.
apologize, guys. I'm sorry for the words. Brandy,
Thank you for.
I
I'm
can't
sorry,
give
Stacey.
you.
Go ahead. I really want to. I hear more about Adrien and his time with you guys, because I want to understand more of this. Was that okay? I'm sorry. Please continue. Finish what you were stating about how Adrien didn't pay you the $275, and then the next week you were at the next week. I'm sorry.
So after the second week came, he was like, "Oh, well, I can only give you $150." Well, it became a repetitive pattern. And see, when Adrian, so Adrian was a quote unquote taxi ride that Sarah had taken the call, and when Adrian had called her, and this is what Sarah told me, that Adrian had called her and said that he was going through a hard time. He was staying in Caldwell behind some fucking dumpster. Sorry, some dumpster or whatever he claimed. And Sarah had asked me, so she goes, "So I wanted to talk to you." She goes, "I have this taxi customer that had called that is going through a hard time. He's down and out. And she goes, I wanted to talk to you about possibly helping out with a place to stay." And I told Sarah specifically, I said, "You know how I feel about this." I said, "Yes, I don't have a problem helping somebody out." I said, "But we have been burned on multiple accounts from helping people out." And I told Sarah that it was not a good idea. I did not feel good about it in my gut. But I told her, I was like, "Look," I said, "you're going to do what you want to do. I'm not trying to argue.
Okay.
So if you bring him here, then bring him here."
Okay.
Well,
Well,
the
let's
first date, the first.
let me cut you off right there because I don't want my brain to get muffled right now where
No,
I need
that's
to
fine.
be.
That's fine.
So let's go to that day that Adrien brought up this.
The fake profile.
Yeah. Did Adrien come the same day that Michael was taken?
No, Adrien had come like I think he was at our house for at least 2 months.
2 months before then. When was the time that he brought up
The day he came to stay with us, it was that night
that
because
night?
we were trying to confirm with him. We were basically trying to vet him because he was claiming how he got employment benefits from New York, but then his story didn't match up to me. I just didn't get it. I was like, how do you get employment benefits from another state when you don't even live in that state? It just didn't make sense to me. And then when he approached the question about saying, hey, there's a way we can make money. He had asked Sarah. He didn't ask me. He had asked Sarah, and I was in the room. And he had asked and said, hey, would you be willing to help me if, create some fake profiles and we can make money off of people? And I specifically told Sarah, and I looked at her, and I said, no. And I looked at Adrien too, and I said, no. I said, I'm not okay with this. I said, that's not okay to take from people. Or is it okay to create a fake account just so you can bank off of somebody and create, a false prostitution act or account? I said, I'm not okay with that. And I told them that, and I told them my boundary.
Wow.
And from that point on, I don't know what happened.
So let me get this clear. So the night that you met Adrien and he came to live with you guys, he proposed this to you all.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so he continued to stay with you, and this was 2 months prior to Michael being
Your boy's
abducted.
disappearance.
His abduction, correct. So I'm sorry. If I got the chance to speak to you, I'm trying to go off. I have a list of things I want to ask, and I'm trying to.
Brandi, ask anything you want. I'm an open book.
It's okay, Brandi. We totally get it. It's got to be like the hardest thing in the world. Plus, we know that you're sick, and I don't know if you know it or not, Stacey, but I don't know if it's the medicine or her illness or whatever.
I know.
Kind of.
I've been praying for her. I want you to know that.
Let's
she loses train of thought. So
yeah, let's get back on track because once it goes, and it's really hard and it's embarrassing for me because then.
It's okay, and I want you to know I've been praying for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it sounds like to me, Stacey, Adrien is maybe a pretty bad guy, and it sounds like he got.
Well,
you guys
and that's what I told Sarah because that's exactly what I told Sarah after we went to bed that night. I said, I literally approached her and I said, "Are you fucking serious?" I'm sorry. I said, "Are you serious right now?"
Mm-hmm.
I said.
Did you say I'm fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Were those the exact words? Like I want.
No, I literally told her. I was like, "Are you serious? Like this is like," I said, and I told her, like I can't remember the exact wording. Okay, like I said, we're talking, almost 3 years. So what I do know is that I did have that conversation with her when we were in the bedroom. And I told her, I said, "That's not okay."
Okay.
I said, and I asked her, I said, "Doesn't it throw red flags at you that this dude's trying to sit there and try to hustle money off people?"
So did that cause like an argument? I mean,
not with me per se.
Did it get heated between you and Adrien at all?
It caused tension. I mean, I had set my guard up against Adrien to start especially after approaching that question.
I would assume so. Yeah. I mean,
because that's not okay with me. Like we're sitting here trying to run a successful taxi business, and we got this guy that we have a heart. I didn't want to have the heart. But I had a heart because Sarah wanted to have the heart. And that's the only reason. I was like, you know what? You're going to do what you do. If you bring him here, I can't, I didn't want to argue with her. Like Sarah and I had enough problems. And so I didn't want to cause any more tension between us by raising an argument or a stiff. And I didn't like fighting with her. It got
Okay.
nowhere.
So, of course, since you guys, the four of you, Adrien, Brandon, and Sarah, have been named suspects in the abduction of my son, Michael Joseph Vaughan, I have looked into a lot of things. I court documents. What was the domestic violence involved in that Adrien was involved in July of 2021? I believe it was July 24th, 2021. So he would have been living with you at that time.
I have no knowledge of any domestic violence. When we started getting so initially when law enforcement when your boy had gotten abducted, when the police department and the detectives had came and done meeting with everybody, one of the when the detectives got done meeting with everybody within our household, I believe it was Juanita or Anita or whatever her name is, had came and told us, that you guys know that Adrian's a known human trafficker. And I was like, what? Because here's we don't do background checks on the, you know what I mean? Like we didn't we're Christian people, we felt like helping people was what God wanted us to do. So what would be the point? Maybe, definitely in the future, if this ever, were to help somebody out, yeah, I'm going to vet everybody. I'm going to do background checks, but that wasn't even a thought in our head. You know what I mean? And so give me 1 second.
I just wanted to let you know, Brandi, that Purple did try to come into chat, but since I told Stacey that you were the only one that was going to be up here, and I don't want him to get scared off, that I didn't add her to the chat. So
I appreciate it. Everybody understand that I am speaking to Mr. Wondra on my own free will. I want answers. I want questions answered. I need to know who's lying. I want to know why Stacey, you were a named suspect.
Like a horse's ass. Well, because I know what you'll want to do.
hold on 1 second. Stacey, could you try to put your ear things in? Oh, he muted so you could talk, Brandi. There we go. Thank you.
So
thank you.
In California, it was the domestic charges, for Adrien, or not charges, the June 24th, 2020, July 24th, 2021, it was in California. So if he was living with you in July, here in Idaho, how was he involved in a domestic dispute in California 3 days prior to Michael's abduction?
That's a great question, because I never knew anything about him having any domestics or any open cases in any other state. Again, we never did background checks.
Well, no. I'm seeing you. I'm saying to you right now. You see how this sounds like a lie, because you're saying Adrien lived with you 2 months prior to Michael's abduction.
Yeah, I believe he came in April or May or something like that. It was one of those months. So, and that raises the question too, because he was with us.
So he was with you in Idaho, but got charged in California?
Maybe it was a sentence. Maybe it was a court appear, like a video arraignment or a video sentencing, because a lot of times they do that. I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Well, that's just one of the things that popped up. It's been kind of stuck in the back of my head. Tell me more about the scam that Adrien was trying to run. Isn't that a scam used for human trafficking?
So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything other than that he had approached it that night, and I shut it down. So whether he was doing it after, like behind my back, and if Sarah knew something about it, then that's like between them. I cannot speak on that.
Okay, so
But
you
I
don't know
know,
if Sarah met
no,
any of those men?
no, no, and like and like I would have been like I shut that down when she had approached that initially.
Do you know when did he show up in Idaho? The date of the incident. I'm trying to remember. Thank you for meeting, Stacey. Do you remember how much Adrien said you could make? Did he tell you how much? I'm sorry, was that it was 275 or was there more?
No, so Adrian said that his only source of income was
Uh-huh.
from the New York Department of Labor or whatever it is, from his unemployment benefits.
Oh,
And I never like really questioned it too much because I was like, all right, well, you say like, you claim that you have this money or you coming in, okay, that's fine. Like we couldn't exactly sign him on the lease because it wasn't our house. That would be considered subleasing, which we would have had to gone through Sarah's parents. So we were kind of like, we did talk to Sarah's parents, like, and let them know, like, hey, we're helping this person out. He's paying us some money, and then we're like, okay, but we couldn't legally like put him on the lease because it wasn't. It would have breached our lease if you know what I mean. Like, and so that's why when we'd helped him, it was okay. You say you can pay $275 a month. That's fine. Pay us.
okay.
But we had no way to vet that or verify that it was actually his income that was coming through.
So maybe you were mistaken about the time that Adrien came. Was he really there for 2 months before, or did he leave and then come back? Did he
So
take a
Adrian had periodically, like, he would like one of the stipulations that Sarah, it wasn't so much me, but I sided with Sarah, was that Sarah set the boundary of him not having any females come to the house because all he wanted to do is get his, he wanted to get some. And so we set that stipulation. Look, like, we don't want you having another female, come and stay with you or whatever, or like be in our house, and having to listen to you, whatever. And so he was like, that's fine. So Adrian had frequently like periodically he would go. I remember he was having like he was seeing this one chick. I don't know what her name was verbatim, but she had drove a gold Cadillac, and she was this preppy girl, like super young. I don't know. I think she had like red hair or something, but like just preppy, like had everything given to her, handed out to her, and like it threw red flags, but he was always constantly like he was always either going to Caldwell or Nampa or Boise, but every time he went, it was he claimed to go see a female, and sometimes it was the same female on different occasions, but he was
okay.
like most of the time he wasn't home during the day. He was always out trying
Well, I
to,
mean,
get with someone.
mistaken going from, to Boise or Nampa from Fruitland is quite a difference to go to California and come back. See where that
No, and I do. And like I said, if I knew something
maybe you're
about
mistaken.
if I knew something about him having domestic violence charges, that would have threw a red flag for me. It would have been like, okay, well, why do you have domestic violence charges? Like, what did you do? Who did you hit? Who did you abuse? Who tried to file charges against you? That
So
would have been a red flag for me.
okay. So I've heard your statements about Brandon and Sarah being
You can say it, Brandi.
being intimate. Did Adrien and Sarah have a sexual relationship?
So I can't confirm like me seeing it. I heard that from L.E. or Detective Keller or whatever, Kellum or whatever her name is.
Hmm.
And that's how I learned that. That's also how I learned that she quote unquote said that he was a human trafficker, which I didn't learn that until after, when they were doing the search and stuff like that. So that really like messed with me, mentally, because I'm like, who the hell is this dude? And why is he even in our house?
But, well, how did he get there? Because, I mean,
Because Sarah had brought him. And that's what I
oh,
told you. So when Sarah had called me and said, I have this taxi customer, he's going through a rough time, like, what do
oh,
you think about helping him out? And then that's when I told her, I said, you know how I feel about this. We've already been burned time and time again. I
okay.
said, you're opening up the door to be burned
Hmm.
again.
Why
And
did
then
you
it
go to
really set it
Montana
off.
in July?
Say it
What?
again.
Why did you go to Montana in July of 2021?
Who?
You and Sarah? Why did you go to Montana? You were in Montana in July 22nd, I believe, of
Yeah, no,
2020.
I had gone to go see my mom and dad.
Oh, okay.
They lived at the time in Belgrade, Montana.
Oh,
And I
gotcha.
had actually just was able, like, because my dad had been very guarded, um, because I had hurt him like emotionally pretty bad, and so he had finally like let his guard down enough to allow me to come to the house and see them. And it had already been 2 or 3 years since I had seen them,
Mm.
and so Sarah and I had took a trip up there, and that was actually at the same time that my grandma and I took. We had gone to the GMC dealership in Bozeman because I had to go get a key remade for the Blazer that my grandfather had left me before he passed away in 2019.
How long were you in Montana?
We were only there for a couple of days. I think maybe a day or two, and then we had come back because again we had to get back to our taxi, so we didn't have
Mm.
much time to really do anything other than, like I said, it was just to go spend some time and catch up with my family.
So Brandon and Adrien were living with you at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know a Steve Moylan by chance?
I've never heard that name.
You don't know him?
That's just no, and
Okay.
that's what's like when Samantha was bringing up like that name or what that female name, country or whoever it was or cuz I was like, who the hell is that? I don't
Well,
know
apparently
anybody that's
this country
blonde.
cuz or whatever, she says she's known you and Sarah for years. I from when I saw the clip of her coming up.
I'd like to put a face to the picture because I don't know anybody by the name Cuz, and I'd like to know what her real name is. Then maybe I can put that to a picture, but I don't know anybody
Yeah, that
that
was
has
just her
blonde
legal
hair.
profile. That was
And
just her
I also
legal
know that,
profile.
well, and I also know that there's a lot of people that come up and say that they
Who lives in Portland?
who lives in Portland.
Yeah.
Oh, so Sarah did prison time in Copper Creek, Oregon prison. So she calls her Mima, who is Kimberly Wright, and she lives in Tigard, Oregon, which
Tiger.
is right out. It's like 45 minutes from outside of Port. I think it's 15 or 45 minutes from Portland.
Well, that's quite a
Um,
distance.
and then she also has a friend that she's had for years since like before Sarah went to prison, named Sarah Gant, and that's all I. That's as far as I know. That's the only connects like people that she's close to in Portland. She does have like her foster family that lives in Coos Bay, and all around the coast area.
Hmm.
But that's all I know. Like I don't like, and if I don't, like I said, I don't know who any of these people are. Like I know Sarah, I mean the people I told you in Portland and Coos Bay, but other than that, I don't know any other association that Sarah has or family. I've only met a few people of her family on that her adoptive side of the family.
Hmm. Seems like Sarah knows a lot of people. Did so you never heard them in the house when Adrien was left in the house?
No, there's literally Adrien had came and told us, oh, because we asked him if he wanted to come with us, and he said, no, I'm good, I'm tired, I'm just gonna stay home. I said, all right, that's fine. But we don't leave, like I said, keep in mind, we don't leave any, like, our vehicles, all of our keys came with us every time. Like, we don't leave our keys in the house. They're always on our key rings. And so he didn't have access to any of our vehicles. And I also know that when we came home, he had actually came out of the room and he was like super groggy, like he just got done sleeping. And
Did
so
he ever drive any of the taxis for you guys,
no,
or
no,
arrange
we
one
wouldn't
for
let
you
him because
guys?
we wouldn't let him because he didn't have a valid license. That was something we were very, very strict on as far as like we didn't have anybody drive cab for us. It was me, Brandon, Sarah, and Carson occasionally that did taxi rides for us. And that was the extent of it. We wouldn't let other people drive because number one, we weren't as an LLC and like federally like regulated with like EIN numbers and stuff like that. The way we had to report our taxes, we weren't able to hire anybody because we weren't a multi-member LLC. We were only single member.
Did you guys go to Portland after Michael was abducted?
Say it again?
Did you go to Portland after Michael was abducted?
No,
You didn't go? Do you
I
have?
haven't gone. No, and I know Sarah hadn't gone. We hadn't been to Portland since I think like 2020. I think is the last time we had gone through that way, and that was after because so I got out of prison on May 4th of 2020, out of Sheridan, Oregon, and Sarah had driven down to go stay with Mima or Kimberly Wright in Tigard, Oregon, and then she came and picked me up on May 4th. But then I know Sarah said that she wanted to go visit her her family in outside of Portland.
You didn't
Sorry,
go.
Coos Bay.
Did you go to somebody's house outside Portland to help move their stuff from one piece of property to another
No,
after Michael disappeared?
no, there was no. We've never even been down that way, and we don't know anybody. Like I said, other than Mima. I mean, I haven't met anybody else, but other than Mima and Sarah Gant and her foster family in Coos Bay, Oregon. But that's literally the extent of the people that I've met on her side of the family. But her, like, we've had no other reason to go to Portland. Like we don't really travel that way. The furthest that we've gone, and I think, it wasn't. It was to Pendleton, Oregon, to go to the Wild Horse Resort and Casino.
But not Marissa's house?
Marissa Z.
Yeah.
Marissa doesn't live in Portland. She lives in Christmas Valley. And
Right.
I didn't meet Marissa until after Sarah had gotten arrested.
Oh, well, did you go
No,
to Portland in the truck the second week of August?
No, no. Hey, what are you doing? Start grabbing my shit, bro. I'm on the video. Sorry.
You're fine. Thank you.
No, so Marissa lived in Christmas Valley, Oregon. I didn't meet Marissa until 2022, and it was right after Sarah had gotten arrested on April 4th or April 13th of 2022.
No, and I'm talking about 2021.
Yeah,
Didn't you
so
see
we
the
had gone
trailer?
correct. We had driven so we went to Grants Pass, Oregon to go take a puppy, and the lady's name is Amy Church. And specifically, I can show you my contact if you guys would like to see it, because it's specifically listed in my contact.
Mm-hmm. Calm down. Take a breath. I'm not getting angry. I'm just asking questions of statements that you've put online.
Is there a way I can upload a photo in the chat to you guys, or somehow?
You
can send it to Sam, or I don't know if you still talk to Eve. She can post it publicly if she wants, or you can even do it.
I don't know how to do it.
You can send.
Can I post an ad through the chat?
So where does the
So that's, you took the dog the second week in August?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't take a trailer with the truck to a homeless man?
Hold on, I
I'm
gotta
sorry,
come back.
Sam.
Hold on. No, you're fine. Hold on. I'm trying to close out of this.
That's
I put my email address up if you have anything you want to send, Stacey.
Thank you, Sam. I'm sorry. I didn't. What better time? I mean, I need answers, and I'm.
You, my love, have.
Thank you all for being here.
Apologize. You do not need to apologize for anything at all.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and everybody that's here. Please continue to share Michael. Share his story, share his picture. Sarah and Stacey Wondra are still named suspects. Stacey, you are a named suspect in the abduction of Michael Joseph Vaughan, my son. And I am here to get answers. And I need them, and I want them. And I'm not going to give up.
We lost Stacey. He'll probably come back. He was having some issues right before then.
I thought they went to Texas about the dog.
They were 2 trips about a dog. They went down to Texas to get a dog to bring back to Idaho, as far as the stories go. And they went and did a dog thing over in Oregon. But I haven't heard those things spoken about in quite a long time, the one over in Portland. Everybody just always talks about the one down in Texas. And that happened right around the same time that Brandon's grandfather passed away.
I really want to know about the trip to Oregon, the trip to Portland. Very, very curious about that. If there's...
Here's Stacey. He's back. So you can ask him more about it.
I am so sorry. I accidentally X'd out of the video on accident.
Don't push buttons.
Okay, so when Amy was only wanting to pay us $200 to go to Grants Pass, and so to deliver the dog. And so I told Sarah, I was like, well, why don't I look on Craigslist and try to find somebody who needs to go ahead, like under ride shares, who's trying to go that way. And there was an ad on Craigslist. I don't forget what this guy's name was, but he had a trailer that needed to be towed because he was trying to get back to his house in, I want to say, Vancouver. And so we had dropped him off with his trailer in Vancouver, and then drove straight to Grants Pass and dropped off the black lab, the puppy that we had dropped off, and then we headed straight back to Boise or to Fruitland.
So you went from Fruitland
to Vancouver. Or sorry, Fruitland to outside Kuna, I believe, is where this guy lived. I think it was like, I want to say it was like Eagle Street or something like that. I don't remember exactly verbatim. Where'd you go?
She fell off for a second.
Oh.
Can somebody please add the link? It is up at the top. I don't know if the link at the top is working, but can somebody post it down at the bottom?
No, so yeah, so we had gone from Fruitland to go pick up this guy. I think it was around the Kuna area, if I remember right. And we picked up this guy and his trailer, and then we headed back towards, that's when our trip started. And we went straight from there to, we made our stop to Vancouver, dropped him and his trailer off at his house. And then we went straight from there to Grants Pass and dropped off the puppy, and then came back to Fruitland.
Didn't you guys all change phones during that time?
We didn't change phones. We changed phone carrier. So we had AT&T, and then we went and set up a business account with Verizon.
Got it. Who has the recording studio?
Recording studio?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, a recording studio? Nobody's had a recording studio.
In Oregon? know someone that has a recording studio?
No. No, Adrien said that he had made YouTube videos in the past, but it wasn't. He never claimed that he had a studio. I don't know anybody that has a music studio or a recording studio at all.
Okay. I'm I'm just kind of baffled on all of these places, that you say you were, and the times have changed.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
So, is this like, are these questions that you're asking, Brandi, are they coming from you directly, or are they coming from like law enforcement asking you to ask them?
These ones are questions that I've
That
been
you've come
curious
up
about,
with?
that I've come
No,
up
and
with.
that's fine. I was just curious. I just, you know what I mean?
What were your questions on your
Polygraph?
yeah.
So the questions they literally asked me, there's 5 questions. They asked me, is the door shut? Is the light on in the room? What number did I write down on the wall? Not me, but these are literally verbatim what he asked me. What
Mm-hmm.
number did I write down on the wall? And the last 2 were, do you have any knowledge or any information or any involvement in Michael's disappearance? And I said no. And then he asked, if you knew of any involvement or had any information or knew something of his involvement, would you report it? And I said yes. And that's literally the 5 questions they asked me. And then when I completed the polygraph, he said, give me a minute, I'll be right back. And he came back and he goes, how do you feel you did? And I said, I told the truth. And he goes, you're right, you did.
Huh. Those were
The
the
5
only.
questions that he asked me, he only asked me 5 questions, and what questions I told you is what he asked me.
Would you take another?
Of course, I'd take another one. I'd take another one in a heartbeat.
Okay.
This is the thing. Like, I'm like,
I heard that Sarah had said something about God taking Michael to
that's what I'm
Portland.
telling you. That's what I was trying to tell you. So,
Oh,
all of this, like you question, like, why is she saying that you did it? But that's why I made the point of, why would she go in court and say, "Oh, Stacey told me this," and then or she claimed that she was Stacey? Why would she? Excuse me. Why would she say that? Oh, the Most Highest God told me that this happened. Oh, God told me that Stacey did it, or you know what I mean? Like, her story was like, she was going through a very like messed up situation mentally and emotionally. It's
mm-hmm.
not easy being labeled something that you didn't do. And like,
I
I'm
know.
like,
It was my husband.
I don't know anything about your husband. Okay, and I'm sorry if he's going through this stuff too. And it's not fair and it's not right. But Brandi, I have no
It's
reason
not
to
right.
lie to
Somebody
you.
needs to tell the truth.
No, exactly, 100%. But I need you to know one thing, Brandi, is that I don't have a reason or like a want to lie about something like this to you. I want Michael to come home just as much as everybody else in this world. He doesn't deserve to be separated from his family, or he didn't deserve to be taken from his family. And I'm going to be straight up with you. If I ever find out who did it and I encounter this person somehow or some way in the world, they're not going to have a very good time. And I can promise you that. This is not like a threat, it's facts and it's reality. As a matter of
Then
fact, I beat the crap out of a sex offender in prison just recently in the last couple months, back in July. I beat the frick out of this dude.
so
He
did
sat
Sarah.
there.
I
Like I don't
saw that. I saw it.
like I don't play with this stuff. Like I don't think you realize, Randy. Like
Why?
I'm a very good person at heart, and I would never allow myself to have involvement, or let alone be known or made known that somebody had involvement without me dealing with it myself and taking it to law enforcement after I beat the fuck out of the person. Like I'm not okay
Okay,
with this at all. And I'm sorry,
Did
excuse my
you tell
language.
anybody in Ada County? Anybody
Ada
in Ada
County, no.
County?
But what I've learned is that people in Ada County are sitting there 20%. There are in the jail are trying to give false quote. I don't know. That's what I've been told, but they're trying to give something like telling out law enforcement that I told them where this little boy was. And I never would ever talk about my stuff, especially to people in jail. It's none of their business. Number one, yeah, I've been blasted all over the media, so I don't really have to explain myself, other than I didn't do it.
You
I wish I could give you more answers, Brandy. I wish I could give you and tell you who the person is that did this. I wish you didn't have to suffer. This is not fair.
No, it's not. Why did
I
Sarah's behavior change so drastically after Michael was abducted? The TikToks, you're her husband. You
I
talk to
know.
her every day, Stacey, don't you?
Say it again.
You talk to her every day.
Yeah, but I also know that Sarah was very conceited and very. She hid a lot of stuff, just like the gun that she held Tanner at gunpoint with. I had no knowledge about her having a gun. The gun that she had, she ended up selling it to Carson. So it made absolutely no sense.
Stacey, would you help me get Michael home? No more
Okay, say it
games.
again.
Will you help me get Michael home? Please.
I can do everything I can. I can help try to find him, Brandy. I don't know where to even to start. I want to give you answers, Brandy. I want to tell you who the fuck did this. And if I could, I would. But I don't have anything to give you, and I am tore up for you. I want your boy to come home, Brandy.
Do tell the truth, please.
I don't have any tell the truth to give you. I've told everything I can, Brandy. You don't understand. Yes, I understand that's your boy.
See him? See?
I
Look, it's
know.
not.
I know, Brandy. And if I had an answer to give you, if I had an answer to bring. No, I don't, Brandy.
You would, you would help me. Will you help
Brandy,
me,
I
please?
would turn the person in a heartbeat. You
Do it.
don't understand,
No,
Brandy. I'm not the person that did this. I
please,
don't know
because
how much more
you can
clear
be
I
my
can be.
little hero, Stacey, please.
Brandy, I want to be your hero and bring him home, but I don't have anything
I
or
don't
way
want
to
you to
bring
be
him.
my hero. I want you to be Michael's hero.
I know, and I want to
Please.
be his hero too, but I can't without having something to give them, Brandy. I'm trying to explain this to you. What do I
Tell
tell
them.
them?
Tell
What
them
do I
about
just?
Sarah. Tell them about Brandon, please. Tell them
I don't. I
everything.
told them
That I'm
everything. That's
not
what you don't.
protecting them.
Brandy,
Stop
I'm not
protecting them.
I'm not protecting them, Brandy.
You are.
What am I? Because I'm pretty sure I've just told the truth every freaking time that I've done a statement, Brandy.
Then
I
why
don't know
is
what you.
law enforcement saying you're a suspect? Why is there evidence that Michael was at your house? Why did you say he was buried in that backyard? Why did you lie? Why did you tell them that? I had to sit here and listen to those trucks every day. I You seen him that night.
Brandy,
You
Brandy,
seen him that night. Tell me about the kid. Tell me about the kid on the road. Was it him?
that was
Tell
not
me that
him.
really quick.
No, it was not him.
How come he changed ages, sex, color of
It
hair?
what?
All of your statements. How come that little boy? Where you said you pulled off out of the neighborhood up here on 8th. There are no houses here. You cannot see down 6 houses.
How can you tell me I can't see 6 houses? That was not your son, Brandy. What do you want me to say?
You changed your story continuously, and then you
No, I
said,
haven't.
"Yes, you
I have
have."
specified in every one of my podcasts that I have done that my information may not be 100% clear as it has been almost 3.5 years. Would you remember something 3.5 years verbatim,
Yes.
detail? Would you? Because I guarantee you wouldn't. Nobody can remember something
Wait, whoa,
identical,
whoa. No,
pinpointing it to it.
hold up 1 second. We need to give Brandi a second to calm down and
Please,
breathe for a minute.
tell me, what was the boy doing that you saw on the road that night?
It
Michael was
wasn't your boy, Brandi. And he
okay.
was
Tell me about the boy.
outside of some house playing down the road
Which
on the
house?
right-hand side. I don't know what house. I don't know
Which?
exactly what house. I don't have an address to give you other than it was literally probably like 4 or 5 houses on the right-hand side of the road. And it was not
Okay, let's
Michael.
not yell, Stacey. Let's not yell, Stacey.
You would have had to
She
drive
is very sick.
by the kid, right?
Correct.
Can you?
But
What
by
was
the
he doing?
time I had filled up the power steering and we had taken off, he had already gone back inside with his family.
How do you
I
know it
had
was
watched
his
his because
house?
I don't know that it was family's house. All I know is I watched somebody come out of the side of their house and told them that it was time to come inside. And that's all I know. What else do you want me to give you? It wasn't your boy. You want to make up something?
So you saw a little boy. You pulled off the side of the road on 8th. Was it on
No.
directly outside of?
No. Clarify. I did not see the little boy until after I had gotten out of the truck and opened the hood, and I heard noise coming from the background of somebody playing in the yard of the house. Just to get that straight. We didn't pull off because we saw somebody playing in the front yard. To clarify.
Okay, let me calm down here. So you pulled out of Hidden Meadows subdivision, correct? Took a left.
Carry on.
Okay. The next road to turn is
The next right turn
on
was
Arizona.
Arizona Street.
Correct. So
We
from where
pulled
you
off
left
before
Hidden Meadows,
that.
okay, in between, because that's all field right there on the right-hand side. That's nothing
And
but
there's
field.
also a pull-off spot.
Right there, right before the sign on 8th, or excuse me,
Correct.
Arizona, on Arizona. So
Correct.
where was the little boy? Because you would have had to pull off right there in front of Arizona and 8th, right
Correct.
there where the pull-off is. I've stood there and I've looked down the road. Which house looking down the road? I know you said 5 or 6 houses down the road. You said this child was playing in the yard. Was he standing? Was he sitting?
He was standing in the yard. How else would I notice somebody who was he was like having a good time? He was just being himself. I don't know. He was being like every fucking other kid that wants to have fun in their life. Like, I don't know. It was not Michael.
But there's no
Trust me,
kids
I'm very,
there.
very familiar with faces, Brandi. And Michael's face was not that boy.
But I know all my neighbors, and there's no children. There are no kids there.
Well, there was a kid there. And it wasn't Michael. So I don't know what else to tell you. Other than what I saw and what I heard and what I know that somebody came out of the house and told them that it was time to come inside. I don't know if these people had friends that had kids or if somebody was babysitting. I don't know.
You saw that person tell that kid to go inside?
I heard the person tell them to come inside.
So you were close enough to hear, but couldn't see. Which house? Or do you remember which house? I know it's been 1,240 days, 3.5 years of pure hell and nightmares. People claiming they know where my son is and won't tell me. So,
If I knew who your boy was, I would have already told them that at the beginning of everything.
Just please beware. Just watch your tone a little bit,
I
Stacey.
don't
Please watch your
Like,
tone.
what? Like,
I'm just curious, which house was it that you saw this little
it was a
boy?
beige house. I don't know exactly the number. It was a beige house.
And it's on that right side right there on 8th,
Correct.
between Arizona and Washington.
Correct.
I know all of those neighbors.
Okay. And I'm sorry that you. Okay. And maybe you ever think maybe they were babysitting, or maybe, you know,
I know their
David had a
grandchildren.
friend over. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? I don't have anything to give you, Brandi. I have told every fucking thing. You're trying to get something, like, get me to say I have information. I don't have anything.
Do you believe that
You could have
Sarah
done.
and Adrien and Brandon were involved in
No,
the abduction?
not
You
at
had
all.
nothing to do with it. If you
No.
don't,
Brandon, me, and Sarah were all gone that night, Brandi. We were in Cuna towing Brandon's vehicle back to Fruitland because I was going to help him repair his spark plugs that he had blew out of the hole because he's a dumb person and doesn't know how to drive and thinks that high revving a vehicle is the coolest thing ever. Brandi,
Stacey,
I will give anything I can for him to come home. I don't have anything. There's nothing I have that I can give to law enforcement. Everything that I have told him is I've told. I don't have anything further. I don't know what else you want me to give. I can't just magically pull it out of my butt, Brandi. Like, I
She's looking
get
for her
it.
son. She's frustrated, Stacey.
I
You have
know.
to give
I
her.
want him to
So
come
you
home
said that
too.
you would let her ask questions and that you would speak calmly. So just do so. Let her talk if she needs to talk.
No, and that's
Please
fine. That's
try
fine.
not to talk over her and
Like,
try to keep.
I need you to know, Brandi, like, I have had nothing to do with him. I will put that on my life.
okay.
I
Allow
am
me to make
okay at
this
this point
statement right now.
if somebody held me at gunpoint right now, specifically law enforcement, and told me to give them answers, they'd have to shoot me because I wouldn't have anything to give them, Brandi. That's where this is
Let,
at. At this
let
point,
Brandi speak.
they can go
Pause for a
ahead.
second, Stacey, and let her talk for a minute. Just pause for just a second, please. Thank you, Stacey.
What were you doing before you left?
Before I went to Cuna, I had taken a couple taxi rides that day. Specifically, I got woken up by Sarah at like 11 or 11:30 in the morning with a phone call saying a taxi ride needed to be picked up in Ontario and taken to Boise to the airport. Then after dropping this person off at the airport, as I was headed home, I get another phone call from Sarah saying that a taxi ride needed to go from Ontario to the A&W,
Which A&W?
the one in Payette.
Why did you say the one in Ontario?
That's I said he needed to be picked up in Ontario and taken to the A&W.
I'm sure there's many creators that have that clip of this statement of you stating that you didn't go to the one in the art or the
That you went
one
to
in
the one in
Fruitland.
Ontario.
You went, yeah, you went to the one in
I already
Ontario,
sent my
but you were
GPS
at the one in Payette.
photos. I
Mm-hmm.
sent my GPS photos because I had specifically gone to the pharmacy right after I had dropped this person off at the A&W. And I went to the pharmacy at the Albertsons in Payette to go pick up Sarah's prescription because she had just had tooth surgery. I specifically remember picking up prescription because it was the oxycodones or whatever it was. Hydrocodones for
That was
pain.
all on the 27th.
The what?
That was on the 27th of July,
Yes.
2021.
And I specifically know that it was that because I have pictures and GPS that I have already submitted that state the date and time that I'm outside the brick building, the brick side of Albertsons, in the Lexus outside the pharmacy on that day at 3:30 p.m. to be exact.
Did Sarah hide Michael from you so you wouldn't give him back?
No, Sarah would never do that. There was nothing like that would go on at our house. You need to keep in mind, I'm very keen and very aware of what happens around our house. And there would be no time frame for when something like this would be allowed or had enough time for something like that to happen.
Well, you were incarcerated when you gave the tip, and then Adrien wasn't around, so that only leaves two people, which would be Sarah or Brandon, that could have possibly moved Michael if he was actually in the yard.
No, it's because Sarah was also incarcerated, but she'd only gotten out for a period of like 3 months on pretrial release, and then got violated for violating her pretrial release, and that's when they came and searched the search warrant to the house and hit her with the failure to report the death.
The phone that you showed put you in the park.
The what?
The phone that you showed put you in the park. Kiwanis Park.
Correct. That was
Not Albertsons.
where I picked the client up for the taxi. And I'd taken him to Payette to the A&W where they wanted to go.
And you don't think that that looks suspicious that you're at two splash pads that day, but Michael comes up missing?
No, I don't, because I wasn't at the splash pad. I went to the apartment complex right across the street from the splash pad. If you look on Google Maps, there's an apartment complex that's right across the street from there. It has a pond that's literally right inside that park. It's right across from the park.
Do you have records of your taxi drives for that day?
No, most of the taxi customers either paid with cash or card. And that day I went through all of my Square payments because that's who we used for credit card processing. And we didn't take any credit card payments. That was a cash deposit. And it was a $150 ride when I picked the person up from Ontario to Boise. That was a $150 ride one way. And the Ontario one was a $25
Talking about an
ride.
apartment complex next to the splash pad in Payette?
No, Kiwanis Park is in Ontario. The splash pad is there's a park in Payette, but we weren't near the park. I had dropped him off at the A&W. I don't have anything else to give you other than what I've said. I wish I could magically make it happen, Brandi.
Did you tell
I
Michael?
wish. You what?
Did you tell your mom that Michael is dead?
No, I never said Michael was dead. My mom had asked if he was still alive or what happened. I said, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I can't answer something or confirm something if I don't have an answer.
Your phone showed you being at the Payette Park, not the Kiwanis Park. So
Payette Park. Yes, I picked up the person in Ontario at the Kiwanis Park,
okay,
or the apartment complex right next to it.
Okay.
And I took that person from the apartment complex to the A&W in Payette, which I believe is like within walking distance from Albertsons. And I went from there directly to Albertsons to go pick up the prescription for Sarah. And I think I picked up a prescription for my Prilosec or some shit like that. I don't know. So long ago. I don't like I'm trying to give everything I can to the best of my abilities.
Well, your phone showed that you were in the park in Payette.
I don't know what to tell you.
So
I'm giving everything that I can. I've given
you
everything
put
I
that out
can.
there. That was you.
Okay, correct.
So you never.
But show me where.
That's not
Show
what
me
I
where my GPS history shows that I was in that park, because I wasn't. I had gone by the park to go to A&W to drop him off.
Behind A&W, there's you'd have to 4-by it to go directly across to the park from the back of the A&W because it's right across the street from the Albertsons. And there's a yield there because it's two roads.
I know exactly what it is.
So that doesn't make any sense. So you were next to the skate park is what I was told. That's
I was
where
never
you're
at the park. And until you can prove, until you can show.
You showed it.
I know. I showed that I was
You
at the Albertsons at 3:30 p.m. exactly like I said.
It showed you next to the skate park in Payette.
Correct. And the skate park is right next to the A&W.
It's across the street and across the park.
Correct. I don't have anything else to give you, Brandi. I would have turned that shit in had I been given some sort of light to it. I don't hide stuff like that, Brandi, and I don't think you understand.
So why were you there?
I
for
couldn't
only
live
an
with
hour?
myself if I knew something about it.
When you went to the splash pad in Payette,
What about it?
You didn't stay there for you just dropped them off and went and got the prescription and left?
Correct. Dropped them off at the A&W, got
that
the
was
prescription. Say it again.
And that was 3:30?
Correct.
So
And
you
actually, if you guys reach out to Eve, I have sent her all of the GPS location. I showed pictures of where I was at 3:30 p.m. and it specifically shows me in the Lexus outside of the pharmacy waiting in the car.
I saw that picture.
Correct.
Right. And what time was it again? When you got that
3:30
call?
p.m. When Sarah called me, I don't know. I was on my way back. I think I was maybe 20 minutes out from Fruitland, so 23 minutes estimated. So whatever. I went and picked him up. I think about 3. So somewhere between 2:30 and maybe 2:50. I don't know. I don't have an exact time frame for you.
Okay. Well, you had showed it, I believe, and you showed it on Eve's as well, and it showed pinning you at the park. And if I guess if you're not living directly
The
here,
splash pad in Fruitland at 1:30 p.m.
So 1:30 to 3, you were doing a
No.
taxi ride?
No. Yes, correct. It takes an hour to get to Boise.
Okay. Yeah.
An hour to get back, which would put me exactly around the time frame of picking up the person in Ontario, like I said. And if you look at the time frame at the GPS location that I texted you, or texted and posted on.
So you knew all of this that happened. So what exactly happened at 6:30 then?
We were gone, like it says. Like I've told the same exact thing. We were not
When are
home
you
at
seen on
6:30,
CCTV
Brandi.
camera leaving the neighborhood?
You what?
When were you seen on CVT camera leaving the neighborhood?
5:30 p.m.
Well, Sarah's mom had said that you told her you were searching for a lost child before going to CUNA.
That is not true, nor is it anywhere accurate.
That's what her mother said.
Okay, well, then her mother needs to get her facts straight because that was never the case. And I remember specifically Sarah telling her mother before we left, because she communicates with her all the time, and telling her mom that we were going over to CUNA to go tow Brandon's vehicle back. It wasn't until when we got back that night that the neighborhood was swarming with people. And we had asked what was going on. And then they had told us, and we're like, what the heck?
So you're saying she's mistaken at the time frame of when you told her that you were looking? It wasn't at 7 p.m., 7:08 p.m.
Say it again.
At 7:08 p.m., you didn't. Sarah had told her mom that you were searching for a lost child. I saw the
No,
photo.
that
I saw
never
the
even.
photo.
The what?
I saw the photo. Screenshot
Photo of what?
at 7:08 p.m. of
You
Sarah.
want to send me a screenshot? Because apparently I'm unaware of this. I was never searching for anybody. We were gone, and GPS data shows that we were gone. We were not even home around that time.
But you said you were putting in power steering fluid at 6:48 p.m.
No, 5:30 p.m. How else would CCTV video footage record us at 5:30 p.m. on 8th Street, parked off to the side? Like, little do you guys know, like I've already seen all of the CCTV video footage from the detectives directly.
Uh-huh.
So like you're not gonna like trick me into knowing what I already know and what I've seen from law enforcement.
I'm not trying to trick you. I want the answers. I want my
I've
son.
given you the answers, and I know who you want your son. And if I
I
could give you
believe
your son, I'd fucking do it.
I believe
Whoa.
But don't try
Sarah.
to
Watch
tell
your
me
mouth
that my
with
information's not
watch your
accurate.
mouth with her. Come on now.
Okay, well
I'm
don't
not
try
gonna
to tell me that my
tolerate,
information. Okay, well I'm not going
you
to
know,
tolerate being criticized and
if you're gonna
ridiculed when I'm
disrespect
giving my.
Brandy though,
I'm not
that's
disrespecting her.
you
Well,
did. You
But I'm
7:08 is
just
when
at
you
her.
left for
okay,
the
but I'm
test,
not going to
right?
tolerate being disrespected as well and being ridiculed and criticized when I'm telling you that I know exactly where I was at 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
along with Brandon and Sarah because we were all in the truck.
I
And
asked you to stay
was
respectful, so just stay respectful, please.
Adrien was at the house. Right? And according,
At 5:30 p.m., I was shown by law enforcement when they started questioning me specific video CCTV footage, exactly like I said, of being outside, getting out of the truck because Sarah was driving, I was in the passenger side, and Brandon was in the back seat. And I had Sarah pull off at 5:30 p.m. This is verbatim from CCTV video footage from the police department.
Were you at the house when Adrien came back from Applebee's?
No. Sarah had gotten back with Brandon and Sarah and Adrian had gotten back
I
or
saw
before
the
I had
red
gotten back
truck
from the house.
and you guys leaving at 7:08 p.m.
No. GPS data shows differently. And I've already turned that in too. And law enforcement showed me video footage. They don't just adjust time frames at 5:30 p.m. exactly like I have said.
The timestamp was 7:08.
No, it wasn't.
I
I've
saw it
seen
with
the
my own
timestamp.
eyes. Are you telling me I'm a liar?
I'm telling you, information gets modified.
You're
I'm
telling
telling
me
you what I've.
the FBI modified that to the mother of a missing child. They're going to waste those resources to protect
Okay, well then explain this,
the
Brandi.
suspects to
It's
me.
3.5. It's 3.5 years.
They showed me too.
Okay, cool. And guess what? It's 3.5 years. They quote unquote said they have such solid concrete evidence, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Solid concrete evidence that it's 3.5 years later and there's still no charges. You wonder why? Because they don't got
because they're
anything,
going to.
Brandy.
Yes,
Figure it
they do.
out. Do them. No,
I
they
did
don't.
figure it
Really?
out, and I know you're
Really?
lying, Stacey. And you know
Really?
what?
Am I?
I would forgive you if you would tell me the truth about
I
Sarah
don't
and
have anything
Brandon.
to fucking give you. I don't
You
have
do.
anything to give you. And if I had something to give you, I would.
They showed me too. I seen the photos. I saw your confession, Stacey. I seen everything. And you know what? And not I've seen it what you did all over the internet. I have seen it. And you continue to lie. You know, there was one time that I said I could forgive someone as long as Michael came home to me safely.
And if I had something to give you, Brandy, I would.
I'm not going to
Go
give up.
ahead, okay, and don't give up. I don't want you to give up. As a mother, you shouldn't give up. And if I had something else to give you, I would.
I believe you do. And I
Okay, and
thank
I
you for
believe
being
I know I
sincere.
don't. So there's two different sides there. I'm sorry that you still obviously think that I'm a liar and this fucking horrible person.
I've caught you.
Her
You caught
prerogative. It's your
yourself in
prerogative.
your
Guess
own
what? It's your
life.
prerogative. And you're entitled to feel any way you want. But
You
don't
didn't
think for
listen.
once. You're right, you are. But if I had something else to give you, I would. I don't just somehow pass a lie detector test or a polygraph test specifically relating.
Because you're lying about your polygraph test.
Oh, am I? Because
Yes.
that's why the person, Matt, that did the specific polygraph told me specifically that I told the truth. So you want to prove to me where I lied on the polygraph? Do you want to show me a screenshot? Because I guarantee you can't prove that either. You're going off of speculation. There's a reason they
No, I'm going off
stopped
your
talking to me.
lawyer. Your lawyer.
My lawyer? Oh, do you think that's a lie? Because that's not.
No, I know it's not a lie.
No,
You
it's
can
not a
say it.
lie. Guess because it's not, and it's not fake,
I didn't say it was a lie.
and it's not fake. I never said I was going after the law
I even
enforcement,
invited
Brandi.
you and Brandon and both of you and your lawyers, and you can come speak with me. We can be there. You can bring, whoever you'd like. I don't have a lawyer, so but we can gladly bring any of these lawyers in, and we can all sit down and have a conversation. Because I'd like to know why Brandon says you're lying and you say Brandon's lying.
Really? Because Brandon didn't say that I'm lying, and actually, I listened to his statement that Brandon from his lawyer specifically that Brandon's lawyer was retained to represent Brandon should he ever get charged. I heard exactly the whole statement from his lawyer and what Brandon told, and Brandon's statement confirms everything that Sarah and I told. So
Ted Bundy
show
passed
me.
his polygraph test, right?
Hmm?
Ted Bundy passed his polygraph test, right?
Yep.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
So why
see
were you at the
JLR's
church? What was the
interview?
plan? What was the plan, Stacey? Why
For
were you at the
what?
church? For the abduction of Michael?
I wasn't involved in it, Brandi. And there's nothing you're gonna do that's
Why did
gonna
you tell Stacey
convince
that
me
you were
otherwise.
Stacey? Why did you tell law enforcement that you knew?
I didn't say that I knew. I wanted to get them off my back. And maybe if you did a little studying and research on what fetal alcohol syndrome is, and maybe if you had it and you got put in a pressure point situation, you'd do the same fucking thing.
I do have a slight medical background, and I'm quite aware of
Okay.
fetal.
Then you'll understand that being
I
put
am
in a very
understanding.
pressure pointed situation,
Yes,
in a
that's why
very
I'm trying to
pressured
tell
situation, you
me
would
as a
do
peaceful
everything you
person
can to
so I can
fight or
get the
flight.
truth from you
Right.
without you being an explosive asshole.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep.
Okay?
Past
So,
history. Past history.
past history.
Yeah, years ago, Brandi, that I've done 13 years in freaking group homes to overcome that.
You
To
care about
explain,
getting
yeah, but
away
I'm
with
such a
this.
horrible
That's all you care
person,
about.
Brandi.
You care about getting
I'm
away
sorry. This is over.
because you can't tell me the truth. You can't.
I
You
don't have
can't.
truth to tell you.
You do.
I no, I don't.
You know where Michael is.
No,
Well,
I don't.
you did
No,
know
I
where
don't,
Michael is. Yes,
Brandi.
you
And
did
no, I
because
don't.
you
No,
told
I
law
don't.
enforcement.
No.
Where's
Let's let
Sarah?
Brandi talk, please. Go
So
ahead,
that
Brandi.
whole
Go ahead. Go ahead, Brandi. Guess what? They can bring charges because guess what? And they can
there.
hold me at a fucking. Go ahead. Go ahead. Bring
Yeah.
charges and it's going to get fought in court because they don't
You
have
have
shit.
knowledge of.
Consider. No, I don't. And consider this your guys' warning. Continue slander. Nope.
I'm not slandering
Continue.
you.
Continue
You said
slander.
you would answer anything, Stacey. You said you're an
Correct.
open
And
book,
I.
and you're not being an open book to me. You're getting angry with me, and you're not answering
No.
questions.
No, I've
And
answered
you're not.
everything that you need, Brandi. I've answered everything. You still want to accuse me. You still want to do this and do that. Guess what?
I
Go
want to
ahead.
know why
Go
you're
ahead.
lying.
I'm not lying.
You have
I want to know
frontal
why
issues,
you think.
okay? You have control issues.
No, I
And
don't
you
have
have
control
imposter.
issues.
Yeah,
I have issues with people slandering me and defaming me and
it's like
thinking
you have a
that they
short.
have no and thinking that they're
Something that
hot
bothers
shit
you
and
a little
thinking
bit.
that they know
Just
it all.
explode into
This
something.
conversation is done. You all have a good night.
Obviously, he's still gonna listen.
He is still gonna listen. I am so sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I didn't want to kick him down when he was being disrespectful because I knew you still had questions and stuff to ask. So I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm sorry that I didn't add anybody up because I just wanted you to be able to talk to him.
He's
So
acting the frontal lobe issues. He's acting without thinking and through. And that's, yes, I do understand, Stacey. So I'm tired. I'm exhausted. They need to start telling the truth. They need to quit lying. I'm over it. It takes a really sick and evil person to sit there and swear on their life when they've come up here to many different creators, not only behind the scenes talking to them or trying to extort people for money. I'm sorry, y'all. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're not giving up the fight for Michael. We will not give up for Michael. And go ahead, because I've seen what you're lying about, Stacey, with my own eyes. And you're not going to tell me the FBI and the Idaho State Police, the Fruitland Police Department, the Fayette County Sheriff's Department, NECMEG, you're going to tell me they're all going to lie to me and stick up for you? I'm done with your games. My son is not a game. Michael Joseph Vaughan has been abducted, and 4 named suspects, Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Adrien Lucienne, and Brandon Shurtliff, and possibly more that have involvement and know where Michael is. And I'm coming for you, every single one of you, and I will not give up. And I'm not going to be quiet and little Miss Nicey anymore. Michael is my son. He is missed. He is loved. I am tired of my family being tortured every day, Stacey. Every day. And I am going to find Michael, and I'm going to get justice for him. And I am going to prove to the world what a horrible, evil liar you are.
and we're all going to be right here to help you prove it, Mama.
Sorry, I
promise.
lost my cool. I tried to keep my cool the best I could, y'all.
No, you were fine. You could have said anything you wanted to. I was waiting for you to tell him off. I just could not handle the way he was talking to you. It was pissing me off, and I didn't want to kick him down if you had more questions, and I didn't want to run him off.
Oh,
I'm proud of you. I think you did a great job.
Obviously, he can't. You lied to me, Stacey. You just lied right then and there. You would do anything to help me find my son. You know the information that Brandon and Sarah have, and you won't give it up. Why are you protecting them? Stop protecting them. Stop it. Sarah doesn't give a damn what happens to you. She's an evil person. She has an evil soul. She ain't no good Christian. No Christian would want to take an innocent life. Even to take an innocent life away from the love that they've known to appease their selfishness. And that's what they are. They're selfish, evil monsters.
It's all right. If you need to go, if you need to rest, you're perfectly fine. If you want to sit and talk more, it's perfectly fine. I don't want you to get too tired.
Tyler was going to fucking have a heart attack when he walked in the door.
Oh, good God. I am so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry.
You got walking in the door. Oh my God. The look on his face. Holy shit. I love everybody so much that is here for Michael. Please, please, please keep sharing his picture, everybody. Michael is still missing. We don't have answers. And these 4 suspects, they know more than they're stating. They have knowledge, and they're going to trip up over their lies.
Hell yeah, they are. Something triggered him tonight, so we're on to something.
Well, there's people talking. So, please, everyone, please keep sharing Michael's picture. If you have a tip, please call it in to find Michael at fruitland.org. The other one,
The Fruitland tip line phone
Yep.
number is 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. This is Michael Vaughan's mom, and she is begging you to call in a tip. No tip is too small. Please, please call in anything or email to findmichael@fruitland.org.
He wouldn't even tell me what my son was doing.
You were begging, and
He didn't even tell me what my son.
he just kept acting like the victim.
Yeah, poor Stacey. Poor Stacey. Stacey, where's Michael? Did you want to give him back to me? When I said I would forgive if you just bring Michael back, I could have him back. That's all I cared about. I didn't care about anything else. Couldn't even. You're a coward. You're all cowards. It's all right.
Brandi, you're so strong, and we all love you so much. Everybody in chat is rooting for you, and we just want you to find the peace that
Please,
you
everybody, share
deserve.
this out. Share him out. Share. I would like to talk to Brandon. I want to know why their stories are so different. I want to know. I want to know where Michael is. I want to know why they're covering up for each other. Who are they covering up for? Who else? Who else knows? Are they afraid? Are they afraid that even in prison, they're not going to get away from whatever they're scared of, whatever they know, whatever they did? I'm gonna go talk to Tyler. I gotta rest. Everybody's telling me to rest.
Yep, you do need to rest, love. I'm just letting you talk until you were ready to go. We love you, honey. I'm so sorry you didn't get any answers, and I hope and pray that
I got some answers. I know how much of a liar he is, and he did right to my face. And I want everybody to see the proof of it, the proof that he is a bold-faced liar.
Well, I hope and pray that he thinks about it.
I hope he does too.
And does something. I really do.
Love
Get
y'all.
some rest, honey. We love you.
Love you all. Have a wonderful evening. And if I don't talk to anybody, have a great holiday. I'll keep you all updated on the other stuff and all the wonderful gifts that everybody sent for the kids. And Sam, the lovely letter from your daughter and our gifts. Thank you.
Oh, you're more than welcome, love.
So everybody, Brooks, Crime Lines and Lies, Purple Night. Oh, that's the old one. Purple Phoenix, all of the subscribers, everybody that I know I'm not Dolly Vision with a PJ, everybody that's continuing to share Michael's story, keeping, a lot of you do it behind the scenes as well, just to say hi and check on the family. Thank you. And please don't give up. We're not giving up. I got a fire under me. I'm gonna get Michael. We are gonna get Michael home.
Yes, we are.
And anytime they want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. I'm ready. Let's do this. I want my son home, and I'm tired of your games. So I love you, Miss Sam. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
I love you too, baby.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Everybody in chat, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys for supporting Brandi. I am so overwhelmed right now. Overwhelmed by having Michael Vaughan's mom here, overwhelmed by having Stacey here. I cannot believe that a monster can get up on stage with a mom and continue to tell his lies. As a mom is begging him to tell the truth. He was disrespectful to Brandi, but I didn't want to kick him down because Lord knows if I had and Brandi had another question, she would have gotten upset. So The conversation went the way that it went. I wanted to stay out of it as much as possible and not ask too much questions, give the stage to Brandi and to Stacey, because I told Stacey that she was going to come up, so I didn't let anybody else up. I'm sorry that I didn't answer any of the messages. I'm just letting everybody know, you know, I know my phone was blowing up with messages and stuff, but I can't pay attention. I'm one person paying attention to chat and trying to take care of everything on the screen. My heart's broken right now for Brandi to see her desperately plea to Stacey. It is it's just heart-wrenching, to say the least. And we are Michael's army, and we're not going anywhere. Something in this live triggered Stacey. We are on the right path. So creators, get your, feelers out there, do your research. Let's keep finding more information. Let's keep connecting the dots for Michael, for the family, so these suspects can be indicted and Michael gets justice and his family gets peace. Let me throw up a video real quick. I just want to thank everybody for being here. Thank my mod so much for taking care of chat for me while all of this was going on. I see you, Tragedy Pimp, Callie Dime, Kim G. Thank you for being here. I love you so much. You're always coming to all the lives. Capital Productions, thank you for being here. Trigger Mint Mocha. I like that name. Just Dawn. Mystery. Yaya's World. Sammy, thank you for being here. Sammy wants to ask, Stacey, are you a coward? A piece of shit? Will you not stop? Will we be at every turn you take? We will be at every turn you take. We will be. Yes, we will. Absolutely. Sarah Suspicious. Just for you, 27. Thank you guys for being here, for supporting Brandi. Love to love God. Thank you. Thank you, Connie, sweetheart, for being here. Always, always showing up and being a great mod. I see you too. I see you. Thank you for coming. Yaya, you're amazing, girlfriend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for modding for my channel always. Grandma Sherry, Buckeye Mama, it was great to see you guys in. Thanks everybody from Purple's channel that came in. Cinnamon Hot, 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 Callie Dime. Appreciate you guys so much. Avi, thank you for being here. Chaos Queen, thank you. And most of all, thank you, Brandi, so much for coming. You actually helped me a lot. Yeah, just kind of letting me know that some of the things that are being said, like just helping confirm, because there are a lot of people, whenever I talk about the trafficking, they do not like me talking about it. And now we know the suspects don't like it either. And they don't like me talking about registered sex offenders. And every time I go live, I get harassed. Every time I do a live like this, when it has to do with trafficking or the RSOs or anything. And Brandi NEAL herself confirms some information here about all of this. So that is nice to have that support, and just knowing that there could be other people involved in Michael Vaughan's disappearance or abduction, excuse me. And right now, thank you, Zane Lilly, for being here. Right now, there are 4 named suspects, and they are still suspects. Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Brandon Shurtliff, and Adrien Lucienne. And if any of you want to get up here and talk, come up here and talk. I will open up the panel. I'll let you say whatever you want to say. If no one's here, like if Brandi doesn't want to hop up here and talk to you, if she's not around when you come up to talk, I'll let you talk. I don't have to ask a bunch of questions. You can get up here and say whatever it is you want to say. This panel is open to anybody that wants to come up. If you're a friend of one of the suspects and you have information and you want to talk, you're more than welcome to hop up here. Slim, thank you for being here. Zane Lilly, Ray, thank you for showing up. So many people here for Monkey. You are still on the list, Stacey Wondra. You are not off of the list. You gave a lot of excuses tonight. You tried so hard, going on and on. I don't know how you looked a mother of a missing child in the face the way that you did as she's crying. But Brandi deserves answers. The family deserves answers, and you should have given them to her. And if you don't want to, since you didn't want to do it tonight, why don't you talk to your attorney? Why don't you go in and talk to law enforcement? You have a lot to think about tonight as you go to bed. You just spoke to Michael's mother. When you go to bed tonight, think about everything and just think to yourself, man, if I were to go in and talk to law enforcement and tell them everything I know and tell the truth, I might actually get a good deal and not have to spend so much time in prison. You need to think about that, because when the hammer comes down, and the hammer will come down, you are going to go to prison. But whether it's for a smaller sentence up to life is going to be on you to go in and talk. You've already flipped and given your tip about where Michael was buried. Now take it one step further and tell them who put Michael there. What happened to Michael to put him there? And if you know, where Michael is now. Because somebody is going to start talking. It really can't happen fast enough. Justin, nice to see you in. Josh, I saw you here tonight too. Thank you for coming in. It's so very important to just realize that the clock is ticking, Stacey. Tick, 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 tick. That is the sound of your life running out. Here pretty soon, you're going to get handcuffed and you're going to go back to prison. You might as well just face it now and get the lesser sentence. Talk about Brandon. Talk about Adrien if that's who you need to talk to. Brandi seemed to have gotten a lot of information out of you tonight. You did say some things tonight that you've never said before, like a neighbor in the neighborhood calling the child back into the house. Never heard that one. Adrien being at the house while you guys went to Nampa, or yeah, my brain. This has been a long live, you guys. While you guys went to go tow the car. Never said that before. Never talked about all of the stuff that Adrien was doing with Sarah when it come to some kind of prostitution on their phones to make money. Thank you, Ray. Let's bring Monkey home. You said a lot of stuff. And I can't wait to go back through the live and nitpick at every single little thing you said. Can't wait to go back through the live, see what everybody else has to say about what you said, or to see if anybody was throwing you under the bus. Because I got a message from somebody that knows Adrien while I went live. Yep. I'll be doing a live soon enough on that information. Everybody, please, let's give Michael, I know you guys have been so good at it all through this live. More hearts and stuff for Michael Monkey Vaughan. Prayers for Brandi and her healing, and hoping that she gets to feeling better soon and gets that transplant and starts feeling better ASAP. We are wishing everybody a very Merry Christmas, especially the Vaughan family during this difficult time. Thank you guys all for coming. I love you guys. I love all of my subscribers. I love the people that come into the chat or into the channel. I love you guys being a member. Please hit the like button on the way out. This is Michael Joseph Vaughan. And if you have any information about his disappearance, about his abduction, please call 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. These are the 4 suspects. Do you see that right here on this flyer? Sarah Wondra, Stacey Wondra, Brandon Shurtliff, Adrien Lucienne. The reward is up to $52,000 for anybody with any information leading them to an arrest, leading them to Michael. There's got to be somebody out there. We know you want to talk. We know you want to give this family peace. No tip is ever too small. If you know something, say something. Good night, everybody.